Okay, welcome everybody. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2020, Board of Commissioners regular meeting. In our meeting room at the county, we have Commissioner Patty Clapper and myself. The others are all at home. And Phyllis Mattice will be filling in for John Peacock, and then we have John Ely and Matt McGow are here. And Kelly, oh, I'm not sure who Kelly, we'll meet you pretty soon. So we have two additions to the agenda, and that will be two proclamations, one about the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and one is about Child Abuse Prevention Month. So I will need a motion to add those to the agenda. And Phyllis, are there any other things that we need to add to the agenda that you know of?
I do not have anything else.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to amend the agenda for the proclamations.
Is there a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to add the proclamations to the agenda. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay,
Do you want me to start?
so we are going to do two proclamations. Patty's going to read the first one.
This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas, every April during Child Abuse Awareness Month, we reinforce the role that each person plays in ensuring that children, families, and entire communities thrive. And whereas, right now, children of all ages are feeling a lot of emotions. Many kids are grieving the loss of their regular routines and missing their families. Families everywhere are experiencing stress that comes with the unknowns of the COVID-19 shutdown. We understand that when families are stressed, the risk for children's maltreatment increases. And whereas Pickens County Adult and Family Services can help families connect with the services they need to help them strengthen their resilience under stress, help them connect socially, teach them about parenting and child development, and offer concrete support to help them navigate the stresses that the unknowns the COVID-19 shutdown has created. And whereas if any family is struggling, they are encouraged to call Adult and Family Services for guidance. And if you need to make a referral for suspected child abuse or neglect, please call the state hotline at 844-264-5437. That's 844-264-5437. Please do not hesitate to call Pickens County Adult and Family Services with any questions, or if you are interested in learning more about the programs and services available for Pickens County families. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaims April Child Abuse Prevention Month in Pickens County and recognizes that family involvement is the key to success in preventing child abuse and neglect. Dated this 22nd day of April 2020. Thank you. And I don't know if Matt wants to, where did he go?
Yeah, I'll say something really quick. Thank you very much for taking the time to acknowledge this. We do feel like this is very important to acknowledge each April, is really to acknowledge the child abuse prevention work that we're doing and across the state. I'd like to acknowledge the Pitkin County Adult and Family Services team. Evie Nix and Kelly Kirkpatrick are also on the call. We also have Chelsea Carnoli, our other caseworker. We have a very thin team and we have a lot of responsibility and a heavy caseload. So I just really want it to be acknowledged, the work that's being done. And I would like to also thank our community partners who support the work that we do, and to let the community know that we're here and available and we want to help. Too often we're reacting to situations where child maltreatment occurs. Our preference is really to work with people ahead of that and put in preventive measures and services so families can thrive. And so, again, thank you for taking the time to allow us to say that and acknowledge Child Abuse Prevention Month, and to give me the opportunity to thank my team and our community and our Board of Commissioners as well.
Thank you, Matt. Well, we thank you and your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the board would be unanimous in thanking you for all that you do. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. And be safe.
Thanks, Matt and team.
Okay, any other commissioner comments? Okay, hearing none. Thanks, Matt. The second proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County recognizing the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. Whereas the 50th anniversary of Earth Day comes during a global pandemic whose bright side is a reduction in air and water pollution around the world, where we hear reports of beautiful views once shrouded by smog in our busiest cities appearing for the first time in decades, and marine life making a comeback in our canals and rivers as the impact of human activity is on pause. And whereas even though we are distracted and distressed by the physical and economic uncertainty of the COVID-19 virus, we remain as resolute as we ever were in our commitment to make climate action a driving force behind every decision we make on behalf of our community. And whereas we can recognize and celebrate Earth Day while sheltering in place by participating in virtual offerings from our enthusiastic and engaged local environmental organizations, all one has to do is Google the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies to learn what you can do today and every day to protect the earth and our precious community. And whereas the Pitkin County Solid Waste Center is partnering with ACES today with a Reduce Your Waste challenge, that means the waste of like trash, not this kind of waste here, I think. Everyone who completes the online pledge to reduce waste will be emailed a certificate for a 25-pound bag of the landfill's much sought after potting soil. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the COVID-19 Earth Day is a reminder that with commitment to a cause, whether it be to protect our planet or to protect the health of our community, that we must and will prevail. Dated this April 22nd, 2020, Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll just make a quick comment. I want to remind everybody there's a great article in today's Aspen Times about a lot of environmental groups and organizations, and on the cover, hands of Casey Piscura holding the seeds that he grows, the beans. So it's a reminder that people are now looking at their yards and their gardens for more sustainable sustainable food products. So it's kind of like the victory gardens after the war when people went out and worked in their yards. So people are out there getting their hands dirty in their own backyards, and it's a great way to start the season. So hopefully we'll be back at the farmers or the Saturday markets here soon, and we can all be sharing in the crops grown locally. So thank you.
I remember 50 years ago, the very first Earth Day, I was a senior in college out in California. And I remember it very well partly because I was studying biology and I had different professors who were involved in, like Paul Ehrlich, who had written the book, The Population Bomb. So we were very much aware of different environmental things that were happening and the need to have something like an Earth Day to celebrate our Earth. So further commissioner comments, Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Happy Earth Day, everyone. I just have a couple of quotes which resonate for me. First one is, the ultimate test of man's conscience may be his willingness to sacrifice something today for future generations whose words of thanks will not be heard. And that's from Gaylord Nelson. The second one is from Jane Goodall, and she reminds us, you cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. That's Jane Goodall. Thank you. And I just want to say I really appreciate all the work that's been done by the various groups in our valley over the years, in the last 50 years. When I think about it, ACES is 50 years old. So many great things came out of this movement to start caring for the planet. And with that, I'll cede to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other commissioner comments on this issue? George?
Muted? I can't tell.
You're good.
Yeah, just to follow up on your comments, Steve, and proclamation. It was 1970, right? And the anti-war movement was in full bloom on college campuses around the country. And just a year before, in 1969, after viewing a drastic oil spill in outside of Santa Barbara, then Wisconsin Senator Gaylord Nelson and a few colleagues saw and realized the need to look at what's happening to our air quality, our water quality, and our environment. And they also saw an opportunity to tap into the movements that were going on college campuses, the active movements throughout the country, and tap into those resources and get all of us at the time, I was in college as well, to be involved in now what's called Earth Day, 50 years. And coincidentally, Earth Day was picked today, April 22nd, because that was a time after spring break and before final exams. So there's going to be a lot of participation. Everyone was back in school on campus. So they took that opportunity to spread the word and get people involved. And as the saying goes, politics makes strange bedfellows. And back then, this was a tremendous bipartisan effort. And in fact, Senator Nelson's co-chair of Earth Day was then a conservative Republican senator. You know, we should be so lucky today, right? Mm-hmm. And that year, they saw tremendous legislation was passed. The EPA came into being. OSHA came into being. The Clean Air Act came into being, followed just shortly 2 years later by the Clean Water Act. So there's a tremendous amount of work that was done. Since this is a political climate time, I'll get a little political here. And then unfortunately, due to Trump, his administration, and some of his Republican colleagues who continue to deny climate change are doing their best to undermine and dismiss all the work that the EPA, OSHA, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Paris Accord is trying to do. And again, unfortunately, he's supported by our Senator Gardner and our Representative Scott Tipton also trying to undermine all of these environmental issues. But I see a similarity between the COVID-19 crisis we're facing today and our climate crisis, which is just on the horizon. And in fact, even though we're seeing some unprecedented economic and social impacts to our country, to our community with the COVID-19 crisis, it will be nothing compared to the impact when the climate crisis comes full circle, and we're already dealing with it now. So I think we need to get back to the path and the work of the original Earth Day founders. We know we're going to get through the COVID-19 crisis, but as a country, as a community, we need to put as much effort and resources into addressing climate change, starting today with Earth Day, as we're doing with COVID-19. And one last quote on top of Greg's quotes. I don't know if Senator Nelson said this, but I think it's been attributed to him, or you certainly used in regards to our environment, is that the quote goes something like, our economy is a wholly subsidiary of our environment. Our economy is a wholly subsidiary of our environment, not the other way around. So that's something good to remember in these times. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Other commissioner comments? I can't.
You're muted, Steve.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry.
Kelly,
I forgot I had that power.
did you put yours on mute?
When I do this, when it mutes everybody. I won't do that again.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate hearing all of your reflections about the original Earth Day. And I want to echo some of George's reflections, because I've really been, thinking about parallels between Earth Day and what we celebrate there and our COVID-19 response. And as George pointed out, the original Earth Day was a real bipartisan movement and acknowledged that the problems did not know political bounds, that they affected everybody. But I also think there was a recognition that the effects were not shared equally. And we're also experiencing that in our COVID-19 pandemic right now. What Earth Day did was brought together millions of people to protect the health of our planet. And COVID-19 is keeping millions of people at home to protect the health of humanity. I'm proud our community has such a strong environmental ethic, which I know predated Earth Day. And now our board has adopted a climate emergency, and we're taking steps to really back that up. I'm also proud that our community is taking steps to protect each other by complying with the public health orders and thinking about others who you don't even know, to try and take the actions to keep them healthy as well. So to mark this Earth Day, I want to ask our board to take some action. And so in our open discussion, I'm going to ask for the board to support a proposal to make a plan to immediately collect baseline pollution data in our community. Because COVID-19 has really presented us with an opportunity to collect air quality, noise data, greenhouse gas emission data that is probably the least that it will ever be. And I think that it will help us to know where we are so we can know where we want to be 50 years from now. And I'd appreciate the board's support when we come around to that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Okay, I think we'll move on. We will actually have time for commissioner comments after public comments on whatever issues, other issues you want to talk about too. So now let's go to public comments. The phone number for the public to call in today for comments on this and the public hearings is 253-215-8782. And that's listed at the top of our agenda, which you can get on the pickenscounty.com website. So again, 253-215-8782. If anyone from the public wishes to make a public comment about items that are not on our regular agenda, you can do so now. We'll hold on here for part of a minute and see if anybody calls. We do have 3.
Hi, Sean Cox.
Yes, go ahead. Could you state
First
your
of
name?
all, I would like
State your name again, please.
Sean Cox.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to say that my phone was not working to call in, and that the line was giving me a busy signal, and I called from a home phone and it worked. But I know that that it's not working in general.
Okay.
So-
Thank you for letting us know that.
Yes. So my public comment is about APSHA. It needs to stop persecuting the Mulcahys and let them pay fines and let them put their time and resources into serving and promoting the community and the world. The path of eviction of the Mulcahy family is no-win situation for any of the involved parties. Spending time, money, and taxpayer resources on this deceptive eviction is an exercise of bad faith and disservice to the vast majority of people in this county. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate it is in the best interest of the community to let the Mulcahy family pay fines and do community service.
Okay, are you done, Sean?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have 2 other people on the line. Okay, first person with a 0715 number.
Yeah, yes, my name is Kathy Vaughn, and I was calling in also about the Mulcahy family. They've been great servants of the community that they have lived in, and I feel like it's an unfair thing for people to present them with no opportunity to pay the fines, to do the community service, which they've done all along anyhow. They've been very gracious to their community. And as leadership, we should be servant leadership, where we not only give back to those that are the elitist, but the poor. Every realm of society should be met. And right now, taxpayer dollars are being wasted on these legal proceedings. And I agree with the previous caller. Moving forward in good faith to bring both ends of the community together would be by allowing this family to continue to serve the community they live in with their community service and paying the fines and moving forward in good faith.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathy, for your comments.
All right, thank you.
The third person, 3799.
This is Sandy Mulcahy. Am I on?
You are on, Sandy. We hear you.
All right. The last time I called in, it was not noted nor recorded, so it's really my same message, that we would prefer to pay the newly approved APSHA fines and do community service. Or do you, as the BOCC, prefer the notoriety of evicting an 84-year-old widow? Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy, for your comments. Your comments were noted before, and we're going to make a correction to the minutes to put everybody's name in who called.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any further public comments?
Yes, sir. This is Lee Mulcahy.
Go ahead, Lee. We can hear you.
Oh, great. And I would like to note that this board is composed of entirely of Democrats, and I would like to call on this board that birthed APSHA to end this unnecessary legal fights that are costing taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars in attorney fees without without any demonstrable public benefit. The divide between the Democrats, this board, and Republicans, such as my family, over the proper role of government may lead to the decline of our nation. And it is dividing and it is detrimental to our community. And you know the joke about lawyers being paid liars? Well, in your attorney, who I would note was investigated by the Attorney Regulation Council of the Colorado Supreme Court for dishonesty and conflict of interest, he was cleared because no one from the town would testify against him. He was the attorney at the time. This was before he was fired. But I'm bringing him up because on his response to the petition of writ of certiorari in the Supreme Court, on page 1, he states Mulcahy did not raise any constitutional claims in the state courts and none were decided there. I'm pretty sure that you all realize that is a bald-faced lie, and that's what lawyers do. Your assistant county attorney, which became the judge a month prior before you guys decided to sue us, knows that I did bring up constitutional issues in almost every legal brief as pro se. And your attorney took advantage of my pro se status at every turn. But it wasn't, I guess that's normal if you're trying to, evict a railroad a family out of a home that they built. However, in doing so, he broke the law multiple times and multiple ways. And in conclusion, I would like to note that my family stood out in front of City Market in our grocery store, in our beautiful town here in front of the courthouse, and we collected 2,000 signatures asking for 15 minutes of this board's time, and you have refused us that. We are ready to show compliance and pay fines and do community service as well as pay APSHA's legal fees. But you have rejected that settlement. And I think that this goes to the very fault lines of our country right now. The divide between you, Democrats, and us, Republicans, is sad. And thank you for the time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lee. And you say virtually the same thing every week. I have a couple of things I would like to state in response. Number one, this has nothing to do with a political divide between Democrats and Republicans. Our board acts in a very nonpartisan way and always has. This has nothing to do with the fact that you are of a different political party. Second of all, you keep saying that we refuse to give you any 15 minutes of your time. If you knew how many, we probably spent several hours as a board talking about your situation and trying to craft a solution that would, a way forward where you could keep your house. You weren't present at those meetings, but we did have the meetings because we were well aware of the issues that you had put forward. We also had staff time, particularly of John Peacock. He spent a long time trying to help craft a solution with the city. And then my third point is the Burlingame project is not a county project. It is a city housing project. The city owns that. The county does not have any ownership interest whatsoever in the Burlingame project. So even though we are a member of APSHA, and we now, with the reorganization of APSHA, we have a board member from the city and one from the county on the board. APSHA is primarily a City of Aspen department. The director of it is an employee of the City of Aspen. The attorney of it is hired by the city, not by the county. So I just wanted to note those 3 points to to respond to some of what you have been saying. So thank you, Lee. Moving on, I think there's one more call. We'll take your call now. Maybe two more. 5206. Anyone there? And then another caller. Is there somebody on that call too? Okay. I think that's it for phone calls from the public. I'll take it to the commissioners for commissioner comments. Patty?
Yeah, well, since we have a very long agenda ahead of us, in the essence of time, I'm just going to again wish everybody a happy Earth Day. Be safe, and please take heed to our public health mandates. We're looking at moving things along in the world here in our little valley, so we need the public to help us to do so. Thank you.
George?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to the Aspen Skiing Company. They are continuing to groom some of our slopes so that we can get out and enjoy some recreation. And really that is above and beyond the call, because actually last Sunday would have been the closure of all the skiers anyway. But they're continuing to groom it as long as snow allows that. So thank you, Ski Company, and those who are taking advantage of it, either walking or skinning or sliding, sledding. Remember social distancing. Let's continue to abide by those protocols, because we are seeing that they are being successful in helping our community stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Greg?
There we go, unmuted. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I agree with George. I have been observing how well the ski company is still maintaining the mountains, looking out for their slopes, grooming tracks here and there. There are people respectfully distancing themselves, walking up and skiing down on the groomed trails in safe conditions. And I think it's the best moral uplift you can expect in a ski town where everything is shut down. So I agree with George on kudos to the ski company and all that are supporting them. My other comment is tied to Earth Day and tied to our COVID-19. Very briefly, just been contemplating the old slogan, the old saying, which I've modified a little bit. It's give a woman a fish, give a woman a fish and they'll eat for the day. Teach her to fish and she'll eat for a lifetime, and her husband may never leave the house again. But the point of this is buy local. Let's work. Let's ask the community to really work on buying local in our community. $1 spent or donated in the community for the purchase of local products in this valley will circulate and be leveraged multifold if we're doing local. Buying local food, whether it be a CSA from local farmers, beef, poultry, lamb, dairy produced within 100 miles, provides jobs, feeds us with healthy food, pays rents, provides the self-esteem that comes through gainful employment. So I encourage the community to buy local wherever possible. Now's the time, as farmers are contemplating planting for the summer or not. Get your CSA subscription in, talk to your local farmer about how you can be part of their sustainable local food network. If we don't support them, I'm told that many will probably reduce their output this summer or shut down entirely, because the restaurant market has gone away, some of the farmers markets have gone away, and the Aspen Saturday market is essential to them, because that's really a profit center for the farmers from here to the North Fork Valley. Additionally, think about other local products our community can buy. Whenever I see a FedEx or UPS truck rolling around our valley, I think about how much money they represent flowing out of the community. If we can purchase locally, the money gets leveraged. $1 donated or $1 spent here gets leveraged multiple times. And I think this will help us maintain a healthy economy in these difficult times ahead. Looking forward to the summer, food aid is going to be very important. So if we get the local farmers cranked up and producing to their capacity, I think we'd be making a positive difference. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Greg. Kelly?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to do just a quick shout out. This was National Library Week, and I want to shout out to our Pickens County Library and for the services that they continue to provide, which I know are limited, but you know, my family is taking advantage of online story time to help break up the monotony of our children's day. Additionally, Raising a Reader, Aspen to Parachute, is also providing electronic story times that have just been really lovely. And so just want to shout out to those services that are trying to keep some normalcy in our kids' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. On that same note, my son Nathan works for the Pickens County Library. During this shutdown from COVID-19, he is actually working at Health and Human Services, making phone calls to people for those making applications for economic assistance. So they are multi-talented people at the library, and they're doing what they can to help since the library is closed down from people going in there. I have one comment. It's about an Earth Day event that is happening this Saturday. You can get the information from this on the ACE's website, but what it is a presentation sponsored by Citizens Climate Lobby on Saturday at 11 o'clock. It's a program called Uniting from Home, and it's featuring Dr. Catherine Hayhoe. I had the opportunity of hearing Dr. Catherine Hayhoe speak at a Citizens Climate Lobby event in Washington, D.C. She is an evangelical Christian who is a very strong advocate for being a good steward of the earth and having humankind deal with the climate change crisis and taking steps necessary to get it turned around to take care of the earth in the best possible way. I was really impressed with her when I heard her speak. I will be on the broadcast on Saturday at 11 in the morning to hear her speak again, and I urge people, if you have that opportunity, it's what would be well worth your time. So, if there are no further commissioner comments, we will move on to the consent items on the agenda. And I would like to pull both of them. There are issues with both of them. The first one is the minutes of the regular meeting of April 8th and the special meeting of April 14th. Jeanette has had trouble in listening to the recordings to hear the people who call in for the public comments, to hear what their names are, and so it's not recorded in the minutes, the people who called. And I tried this morning to listen at home. I also had trouble hearing the people's names, but I think we can figure it out, and I would like to see that the minutes are corrected to with the addition of the names of the people who called in on the public comments. I don't have those names right now. I thought maybe we could just continue this and spend the next week or the next couple weeks listening to the tapes very carefully and getting the names of the people who called in recorded accurately. Patty?
I have maybe a better suggestion. Why don't we just move it forward and ask that Jeanette do her best to research those names and add them to the minutes?
Add them to the minutes.
I think we can just move it forward that way. But that way people will get credit for having spoken.
Yeah, that would be fine with me, just so I think it should be corrected. Like Sandy Mulcahy was one of the ones who called, and her name wasn't recorded because
She's on the regular minutes for the 8th.
I'd entertain a motion then to pass those minutes with the amendment of adding the names of those people who called.
So moved with Steve's addition.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any other changes people saw? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Moving to the second item, ratification of hearing officers' determinations on abatement petitions and assessor's recommendation for property tax refunds for petitions over $10,000. And Larry Fight is here in our meeting room to take any questions. And I did have two questions or requests myself. Do any other commissioners have comments on this? George?
Is that
Yeah,
Mark?
thanks, Steve.
Wait,
Larry,
oh, sorry.
Larry, I've got two questions, Larry. On the first few that have been changed due to the newest state statute, my question is, on those vacant lots that are now going to be considered residential because they're adjoining residential, are they subdividable? And if so, then wouldn't that change the assessed value?
I don't burn.
I think each is a case-by-case situation.
I think it should be on that.
Is it on?
Yeah.
I think each is a case-by-case situation. Typically, the lot has already been subdivided, and so I don't think there is room for further subdivision. But I can't say that that's absolutely the case on every single one. So to that extent, we have the value of the lot assigned as if it is a separately buildable site, as opposed to a future one that is available for a future additional subdivision. So the market value does not change. We still have the market value based on the value of that property, where it's at and the utility it has. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay, well, I'm a little confused because you're saying that you think that at least these lots, in the abatements, that they've already been subdivided, and so that parcel that is vacant, that's changing from the assessment of 29% down to 7.2%. When you looked at the change in the assessed value, you're taking into account that they have a developable lot now as well, which should increase the value quite a bit of that property.
Well, no, in other words, the lot was already valued as if buildable. The only thing that's changing is the assessment rate that is being applied to that value.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. And I have one other question. This was, I think, one of the last ones, the 19 Little Cloud appeal.
Right.
And my question is, you adjusted the assessment on that based on, at the time, based on it was only, I think, 75% completed. And so you lowered the assessed value. My question is, as you're going into the next year's reevaluation, that home obviously now is, I believe it's 100% finished and occupable. So you'll be looking at reassessing the valuation of that property?
Well, I didn't do that one in particular, but in a general sense, we assess all property as it stands on January 1 of each tax year. So if on January 1 for the year in question for the abatement it was partially complete, the following January 1, if the same house is now 100% complete, that value will be adjusted accordingly.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Kelly or Greg, do you have questions for Larry? Kelly?
Can you hear me? I can't tell if I'm unmuted or not.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Larry. Nice to see you. I have questions about 19 Little Cloud also, since the difference in value is $10 million. I guess I'm wondering, since the contract didn't go through, is that standard practice of how contracts would be looked at when doing doing the original assessment, or is the fact that a failed contract had occurred only considered in an appeal?
Well, I think typically we don't look at contract values when we establish the values. The initial values are established using closed sales that occurred during our data collection time period. For those properties that have not sold, we generate a computer model so that we're matching the properties that do sell in whatever neighborhood it is, and then that model is applied to all non-sale properties in the same neighborhood. In this case, I think this is information that was provided to us after the fact, because this was not a sale property, and to my knowledge, it is still not a sale property. And so it's what we kind of refer to as best information available. So we try to take information into account that taxpayers bring to us. And if it's compelling information that our value is too high, then as we did in this case, we use that information to adjust the value.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. I don't know, perhaps I'm a little cynical, but I guess I'm just wondering about, why the contract failed, if there's any linkage between these two, because it is quite a bit difference in value.
Yeah, and typically when we assign the values, one of the tests that we, when we initially set the values to mail out for the revaluation, one of the tests that we look at is we do look at what properties are listed for sale as. And kind of the cardinal rule is that our value should never be higher than what a property is trying, in other words, it would never be worth more than what somebody's trying to sell it for. And I think in this case, when we established the initial value, we were, below, what the guy was actually trying to sell it for. And then it only became apparent over the course of time that his asking price was overly ambitious, and as evidenced by the agreement to sell it for a much lower price.
Thanks, Larry.
Okay. Larry, the two questions I have, one was similar to George's, the fact that the vacant lots next to the residences are legally subdivided lots. The people could turn around and sell them. There could be someone else could build a house on there, or they themselves could build a house on those lots. At which point it really means they've been getting a property tax break, compliments of the state in this case, at a lower taxation rate, and then they benefit by being able to sell the land at market value. Is there any way at that point for us to recoup any of the lost property tax that we didn't receive? Yeah. Or can we just then, once a new home were built on there, we could tax it at a higher rate based on the value of the new house?
So again, it all kind of depends on timing. January 1 of each year is our assessment date. So if one of these lots, for example, sold to me, and as of that January 1, I had not yet started to build on that lot, then the classification would be changed back to a vacant land classification. If I bought the lot in February and was able to get my permit established, and so that I could start building on my new house on that what previously was a vacant lot, if my house was underway on January 1, it would retain that residential classification. So with each of these, it all essentially depends on the timing of whether the property sells, and then how quickly new construction commences following that sale, as to whether or not it would be reverted back to a vacant land classification under a different owner or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. My second point is just more of a request. I think it would be helpful if we could have a photo of the house and the adjoining lot, maybe in some fashion, just to be able to see the property and understand better. I think some of the people some of them, their driveways going through the adjoining lot, some of them, they probably have their yard extending into there, so they actually are using the two lots together as one lot. In other cases, maybe not, but, and I guess at this point, because of this new state law, it doesn't matter in that case. But I think it would be useful to be able to see the property, an area, like a drone view from the air of it.
One of the things that I tried to do with each of these is include a map that shows the two parcels, one that shows the footprint of the building, and then the adjacent. So that was my intent, is to show.
Maybe if we did an aerial photo showing the lots laid out through a GIS thing, that might help. One of the lots up on Horse Ranch Road, I think I recognized it. I think we had looked at that a few years ago. The people had built a trail out through the adjoining one, and they were claiming that they were using it.
That's correct.
As part of their residence. I'm sure it was the same one on
Yeah, and for that one, we had actually maintained a split prior to the most recent Supreme Court decisions. We based our classification on the actual use of the property, in addition to whether or not it was physically contiguous and under common ownership. And so in that case, as I recall, we said that, okay, 30% of the property is being used as a parking lot for the house or something, but then the balance was classified as vacant. With this new round of Supreme Court decisions, essentially the use is moot. So as far as, and this kind of speaks to your question regarding the aerial photo, whether there's a side yard that extends over onto the vacant lot, or, they've got, some, horse pasture over there, or it makes no difference, that burden to show that it's used as an extension of the house no longer exists. And so all they really have to meet is the criteria of being physically contiguous, even if it's just for a small portion of the overall lots, and under common ownership. I should say that of the 20 or so that originally filed, we've only approved, even though it's a huge amount of money that's being refunded, about half of those were denied because they were not under common ownership. They were under different LLCs or something. So I guess, which is to say nothing more than it could have been worse.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate your comments. Any further questions for Larry? So I would entertain a motion to approve the ratification of the hearing officer's determinations.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, George has moved and Kelly seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Larry.
You bet. Thank you.
Thanks,
Take a
Larry.
deep breath. Moving on to individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearings on May 13th. First one is a resolution of the board providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for 2019 carryover projects. And we have Connie Baker here in the room with us to tell us about this.
Good afternoon. So this resolution is necessary in order to carry forward and reappropriate projects that were in 2019 into the 2020 budget. And there are really 4 different types of items that are included in this resolution. One is multi-year projects. In order to enter into a contract, we need to have the full amount of a project appropriated up front when we enter into a contract, even if we know that that project may be going over a time period of 2 or sometimes 3 years. And then we carry forward the balance each year. An example of this is the Solid Waste Center Operations and Maintenance Facility, or also the ERP software conversion, these projects that we know will take a period of time. There are also one-time projects that weren't able to be completed in the time frame given. An example of that is the airport parking improvements, and so the remainder of the budget's being moved forward into 2020 to complete the project. There are also replacement schedule items that were not replaced in the year they were scheduled and are carried forward to the following year if they are still needed. And an example of that in this resolution is the sheriff's body armor replacement. Then there are also dedicated revenues. There are times when we receive grant money or sometimes a donation for a specific purpose, and we will carry forward that dollar amount into the following year's budget as an expenditure so that it can be spent for the purposes that it was intended for. And an example of this is Friends of the Library donations that then we reappropriate so they can be spent the following year for the purposes of Friends of the Library. This budget resolution increases the 2020 expenditures of Pitkin County by $25,084,723, offset by an increase in revenues of $2,581,388 for a net increase of $22,503,335. And even though that sounds like quite a large amount, it's important to note that almost 90% of that total is for just 4 of the county funds. There's the airport fund, and their total is about $10.66 million. It includes pavement maintenance, interim terminal project, parking improvements, terminal roof and bathroom repairs, and so on. And then $5.9 million is in the Open Space and Trails Fund. It includes the second part of St. Jude's Conservation Easement purchase, the completion of Castle Creek Trail, Mather House building improvements, among other projects that they're doing. And then in the Capital Fund, $4.85 million. $4 million of that is for the courthouse renovation, and $825,000 is for Munis ERP and the ComDev PATS software conversions that are ongoing still. And last $968,000 is in the Solid Waste Center, in part for the operations and maintenance facility, water production well, and stormwater cover. So just an example of some of the larger projects that are being carried forward in the resolution. There's also revenue carry forwards included, and these are grants or project contributions which have not yet been received. There's $1.4 million in contributions from the City of Aspen and the Aspen Music School for the Castle Creek Trail, $555,000 grant for the Upper Castle Creek Bridge construction, $430,000 in translator broadband grants, $213,000 in courthouse renovation grants, and $25,000 remaining on the Coke Ovens grant. Now, regardless of the budget carry forwards, they are really a mechanism to appropriate those funds in the 2020 budget. However, in light of the public health orders and budget constraints, the projects will move forward according to the timing that the Board of County Commissioners sets for them and when they're allowed. But this way they are at least appropriated and ready to go budget-wise when the board directs for them to move forward.
So Steve, could I ask Connie?
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
Connie,
Debbie.
for the public who might be viewing this, who already, we've heard a lot about the county has this huge budget for 2020, but a lot of these funds are taking down the budget for 2019, so it's kind of a balancing act. It was money that was part of the 2019 budget. We're moving it into 2020, so it's not like we're technically bumping up our 2020 by this amount. We're just transferring over for what wasn't spent in 2019.
That's correct.
Okay, just so the public knows, this is monies that we couldn't have put into the 2020 budget because we didn't know whether or not we would be utilizing them at the end of 2019.
That's right. And on some of the larger projects, for example, the courthouse renovation, just the timing of it, the project manager doesn't always know exactly when each bill will be coming in.
Right, to be paid out.
When the budget is done, most of the budget is prepared in the late summer. They will estimate how much won't be completed yet at the end of the year and rebudget some of that in the following year, but then there's always a need to true up the project and carry forward what's remaining.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any questions from the board? Don't see any.
I'll make a motion to approve, and this is set for public hearing on May the 13th.
That's correct.
Okay, Patty moved. Is there a second?
Second.
George seconds. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Next, we have an ordinance of the board approving a rider to the Williams Hill Translator Tower site lease. And John Ely is on the screen to carry this item.
Thank you, Steve. This is a first reading and an item to be set for a public hearing and second reading of an ordinance to modify a lease that runs between Pitkin County and the State Land Board. The property in question is this is a location where we have for quite a few years have maintained a translator site. And this is at the top of Williams Hill. Williams Hill is located obviously in Pitkin County. It's the ridge that lies between Snowmass Canyon, beginning at the top of the valley, say Watson Divide, running down to Old Snowmass intersection, Highway 82. That area, known as Williams Hill, is owned about a quarter to a third of the entire land area is owned by the state of Colorado through the State Land Board. The State Land Board, from time to time, does an audit and an assessment of all their lands, and this land was not an exception. And they discovered that it presents certain exceptional natural values. Among those are wildlife habitat, open space, connectivity, and natural beauty, which is their nomenclature for an assessment of the view from the top of the hill. So what they have done when they discover that property that they own and manage has certain exceptional natural values is they approach leaseholders that are on the property, and in this case of Williams Hill, we are the leaseholder on a portion of the property associated with the translator site. They approached us and asked us to accept a rider or an addendum to the lease that runs between the two parties, between the state and the county. Essentially, the rider is for us to recognize that the state has identified exceptional natural values associated with the property, and that we will employ best management practices in our activity on the property. Practically, what this translates into is any restoration or revegetation that we would undertake that is around the area of our activity, around the lease site at the top of the hill, or along the road that goes up to the site, that we would contact the state land manager for the property prior to any activities such as revegetation or restoration of any disturbance or any disturbed areas. Given the fact that the county supports the goals of the State Land Board in determining the best management practices to use on the property, and in fact, from a broader perspective, supports their endeavor to assess and categorize the values that are associated with state land board properties, we are willing to recommend to the board that we accept this rider to the lease and execute the proposed ordinance. That's about the entire description of the matter, unless there are any questions from the board.
One question I have, John. The road, it's a steep road going up there, which that accesses our facility and the other facilities up there also. And I mean, it's been years since I've actually been all the way up there, but I remember that kind of road going up a steep area would be prone to erosion. Are we responsible for the maintenance of that road and preventing erosion on it?
Actually, Steve, the portion of the road that you're referring to, for the most part, exists on BLM property. The federal government is the other property owner of the area of Williams Hill. And so, our use has been somewhat ginger and not particularly exaggerated. In other words, we don't go up there that frequently. So we have not had to respond to any activity that or any effects that we've caused through our access to the site. By the time we get on the actual aspect of Williams Hill that is owned by the State Land Board, we're on, you can't describe it as level, but you're on more stable terrain.
Okay, thank you. And I can't see the other board members on.
Right here.
Greg, go ahead.
John, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just on the property description, it talks about a corner of the property on the north side of the river containing an unauthorized trailer park. Could you describe that for us?
That particular facility is the Phillips Trailer Park, which the county, of course, owns. We got that in an effort to preserve that housing for folks down there so that the housing wouldn't be removed from the property and a great number of folks potentially rendered without their homes. The description of that, physical status of the State Land Board property is included because when they do their assessment and their audit of their property, they look at the entire site. This particular rider applies only to the translator site on the top of the hill, but their description of the State Land Board property includes that particular intrusion.
And that's just a part of the Phillips. It's not the entirety of Phillips, correct? You get the impression it's the entire thing here, unless I'm reading.
No. It's a very small part of Phillips. In fact, it's only a small part of the portion of the Phillips Trailer Park property that is on the west side of the river and the east side of the highway, sort of sandwiched in, between those two features.
Got it. They just, in their description, they say it's located on the north side of the river, and that threw me off because I was thinking I'm familiar with the west side. Thank you for that.
John, go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this the only State Land Board's property in Picken where our interests overlap?
When you say our interests overlap, do you mean that we're using for a leased purpose, like another?
Yeah, where we have a lease where a similar rider would come to us.
I bet Phyllis is better positioned to answer that for you, Kelly.
Hi, Phyllis here. I'll put my video on too. Hi. No, as far as all our translator sites, this is the only State Land Board piece of property that we are leasing. I do not know of any other county operations that are on State Land Board property, so I'm going to say, at least for our purposes, this is the only one.
Yeah, I think this is actually the only State Land Board land in the county, to my knowledge, is that on Williams Hill. Let's see, I had one other question. This is on page 145 of our packet. It's talking about, and doesn't have anything to do with Williams Hill, but it does have to do with more by the Phillips Trailer Park. It says the northern part of the property near the trailer park is subject to public use and contains septic field planted in meadow brome, mullein, Canada thistle, and houndstone bound along bike path and moist stream bank area. It's making it sound like the land board land goes clear across the river to the vicinity of the Rio Grande Trailer Park, which I was surprised at that. I thought it ended more on the south side of the river, right where the trailers sit.
It does, Steve. In fact, if you look at the exhibit to the AIS, Exhibit B, which is the requested rider from the State Land Board, that's a 3-page document, and there is a map of the State Land Board property imposed on top of Williams Hill on that exhibit. I can't tell you what the sequential numbering is. I don't have that on my packet material.
It's page 147.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, and actually, it almost looks like not by the trailer park, but further to the east, there's another corner of the property that, looking at the map, maybe it does go across the river, sort of up valley from the Phillips trailer park. I don't know, I can't tell exactly. Maybe that is the trailer park there.
No, the trailer park is that other corner that you see, Steve, to the north of the end of the property. That particular corner, I'm not sure where it goes across, but I do know that it doesn't go across and touch and concern any other interests of the county.
Okay, so that's really a moot point. It doesn't really affect our signing the lease on this, I don't believe. And somewhere else in their management plan, they talk about trying to get a lease arrangement set up for the land where the trailers are. Is the county actively engaged with them in pursuing a lease agreement on that portion of the land where the trailers are?
We are involved in negotiations, well, I shouldn't say negotiations, but discussions with the State Land Board in relation to that property, simply because we have an interest in the portions of the trailers that encroach on the property, as well as the current leach field, even though that leach field is associated with a septic tank that is being pumped on a regular basis. The discussions are essentially on hold, waiting for the final determinations of utilization of the property to be made by the BOCC. When the ultimate uses are decided for the Phillips trailer park, and we know what we want to do with that particular portion of the property, then we will approach the State Land Board and reconcile any interests that need to be reconciled concerning the encroachment that exists now, and either continuing to use that property for other purposes or for the existing purposes, or not at all, depending on what the ultimate decisions of the BOCC is.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the board? I would entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance approving a rider to the Williams Hill Translator Tower site lease, and this is set for second reading and public hearing on May the 13th.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Greg. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, John.
All in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, John. We'll hear that again on May 13th. Next, we have a resolution of the board authorizing the BOCC to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the USDA Forest Service for 2020 annual operating and financial plan. And it lists Ron Ryan. Ron, are you on this call? Wonder if that's Ron with an unknown phone number there.
I think I've just been unmuted. You should be able to hear me now.
Okay, you are. It was just a phone number. It didn't have your name next to it. Okay, welcome.
Yeah, you know how cops are.
Okay, you have a name now. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you. It's good to hear everybody's voices. Good afternoon, board. It's that time of year that I come before you related to the resolution to authorize the board to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the United States Forest Service as part of our cooperative law enforcement plan. This is the law enforcement plan that the U.S. Forest Service provides us money in lieu of providing certain services on Forest Service lands. Specifically, we will do day-to-day routine patrols when available on Forest Service roads, and then we do specific campground patrols and presence June through September in the U.S. campgrounds in the Aspen and Sopris Ranger districts. We also get some benefit out of the use of the Forest Service boat up at Rudai if needed, and the use of their all-terrain vehicles. We also do allow them to access our radio system to report emergencies should their radios not be operating well. We've had this agreement in one form or another in place for several years, and I think it's a very equitable trade-off between what they give us and what we provide in turn.
My question?
Okay, question from Patty.
Yeah, Ron, any significant changes over prior years in this agreement?
Nothing significant. The dollar amount that they provide us goes up and down based on a metric that they have in available funds. This year it's $5,600, but no other major changes.
And on the document that was attached to your agenda item summary, there's a lot of red line stuff. Is that just stuff? 'Cause I'm looking through it and there's red lines with little arrows to things, and it got to be rather confusing for me.
The copy I have doesn't have those, so you might have been accidentally given a different one.
Okay, so it makes me special, right, Ron?
Well, I got that too, Patty.
Steve and I are special. We got the red line.
You're not the only special one.
Shucks. All right, Ron, thank you very much. That's all I have.
It's like it had it all the formatting kind of comments off
Yeah.
to the side are written down on at least one page of that. Several pages of it, yeah. George, go ahead.
Thanks, Ron. Ron, I ask this question every year, just for the public knowledge. Do we have an IGA with the BLM? And I ask that because we've got areas in the county. One example is the Crown, where BLM is now designated that as a special recreational area, which means that it's getting a lot more use than in the past, and the BLM really doesn't have any resources or staff to patrol those parking areas per se, and I'm sure we're utilizing your department to help. So do we have an IGA? Are we getting any reimbursements for time spent on the BLM properties?
We do not have a similar agreement with the BLM, and I don't know that there's anything in the works. It's something we could look at. I know the Forest Service has this as a program, and I don't know if the BLM has anything similar to that, but I can look into it to see if there's anything we should be trying to partner with them on.
Because, as I mentioned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but currently your department does do periodic checks, either up on the Crown or up in the Woody Creek area where you're getting into BLM land?
We don't do it as a routine or regularly scheduled thing. It would be related to calls for service, or if we happen to be in the area, we would go ahead and make some presence there. It's certainly not as defined as it is with the Forest Service activities we do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve?
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Greg here. Ron, thanks for calling in. Thank you for bringing this forward. Yesterday I had a conversation regarding Rudai. When you mentioned the use of the Forest Service boat at Rudai, I thought I would bring it up. Some of the concerns are people eager to get on the reservoir before the Forest Service opens Rudai. And some of the reservoirs in the state, I know people have actually broken through the gate and launched their boats against the rules. And so enforcement up there and notification to the public is something I know RWAPA, that I'm working with, April Long, the manager, is going to be reaching out to law enforcement to let them know our position on that. Just with the boat launch and specifically the aquatic nuisance species prevention program up there. It would be a real shame to have someone arrive with a boat that might be infected with mussels and get on that reservoir before they should. And as we've seen, it's already happened around the state. Where just wanted to give you a heads up that you know, as the Forest Service starts opening things up in phases or maybe all at once, we may be seeing a deluge of activity, and enforcement and monitoring of the situation is going to be pretty important. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Those are all great points. We're seeing changes or trying to anticipate what's going to happen as we start being able to get out of our homes and go out and socialize and get outside again. And that's certainly one of the areas that we can anticipate having some kind of issue. We'll certainly get with our local Forest Service law enforcement representative and see if there's anything we can do to support them with those efforts you brought up. I know that they have their team that does the boat checks and stuff, and maybe they should be getting going sooner to help protect our resources out here. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be in touch. Thanks a lot.
Okay, any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve on first reading.
Also moved. The resolution authorizing BOCC to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the USDA Forest Service for the 2020 annual operating and financial plan.
Okay, moved by Greg, seconded by Kelly. Are there further comments?
Yeah, just that this is set for public hearing on May the 13th.
May 13th. The day where we can have my birthday cake that day.
Oh, you better let
It's
Kelly
the
know
next
that.
day, actually. Put that on your calendar, Kelly.
Everybody's going to be here for that one.
Do a virtual one. You could eat it at home and have Aloysius be eating it. Okay.
I'll eat it together. I'll make a really big one.
So all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks, Ron.
Aye.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, moving on to individual consideration items, second readings. These are all public hearings, or both public hearings. First one is an ordinance by the board amending Title 6 of the Pitkin County Code by adding a new section 616.100, construction and demolition diversion regulations. And we have Kathy Hall here in our meeting room. Welcome, Kathy. Good to see another living human being.
I was looking for her on the phone. I'm like, where is she?
I like to come in and sit in John Peacock's seat. So I don't want his job, but I'd like to sit. All right, I've got just a brief presentation just overviewing what the ordinance states. Again, my name's Kathy Hall. I'm the solid waste manager for Pitkin County. There's a separate folder. Nope. It's for C&D second reading down at the bottom. Yeah. I'm a presentation hoarder. So just to kick off, it is Earth Day, so 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and usually we like to partner with ACES, the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. Unfortunately, this year those plans were curtailed, but ACES did a great thing. They did a virtual Earth Day that we participated in, and I think you read it. You did a proclamation. So people can go to ACES website and fill out a link to our pledge to divert waste and earn a free coupon for potting soil or compost. So that's pretty valuable. And you divert waste. You can also get through it on our website, landfillrules.com. There's a button for pledge to divert waste. So yeah, and we've gotten about 120 people making pledges so far this week. So that's great news.
All right.
All right, so happy Earth Day, everyone. And I feel like a lot of what we do at the landfill is diverting waste and friendly to the earth as much as we can. So yeah, thanks to the board, you support us in all that we do there. So second reading, construction, demolition debris ordinance. Just a quick overview, 58% of the waste buried in the landfill is construction and demolition debris. The national average is 20%, so we are way high on construction demolition debris being buried as waste. About 35% of that C&D material could have been diverted through our existing programs at the landfill. So we've been working a little over a year now to get a C&D diversion ordinance in place to get people to be more proactive. So what this ordinance will do is be requiring 25% diversion starting out. You know, we could increase that as we see successful. We hope to increase that diversion rate as time goes on. Part of the ordinance will require a deposit at the time of permitting. So when you go into ComDev and you get your building or demolition permit, there will be a separate deposit system in place for estimated waste generated on your project. And there will be a dollar figure. We're looking at $1,000 per ton estimated. And if you meet that 25% diversion goal, you will get that deposit back. So maximum pricing for mixed loads we've set up in our tiered system. And then waste tracking and reporting. And here's a list of everything we divert at the Pickens County Solid Waste Center. So that can all go towards your 25%. If a contractor finds someplace that will take drywall for diversion, that certainly would count towards your 25%. Our Green Halo tracking software, which we're putting into place, allows for people to track from outside us as well. And if they do find a way to divert drywall, please let me know.
We would like to do that.
That's a big chunk of our waste that's ending up in the landfill from construction debris. Here's the tiered pricing system. This went into effect in March. It applies for everybody from, if you're coming from Carbondale, Rifle, whatever, you have to comply with our tiered pricing system. And it's based on tonnages, tier 1 through tier 3. That's based on tonnage. We track the loads and where they're coming from. And that's for sorted waste. So if you've got less than 10% of any of those divertibles in your trash loads for C&D, you qualify for the tier 1 through tier 3. If you do not bother to sort and just mix everything in, and we see a bunch of stuff that we already divert at the landfill, you're going to get hit with the tier 4 rate, $151 a ton. 90% of the construction loads coming in right now are unsorted. So we got a couple contractors that caught on and are diverting waste and saving a lot of money. So hopefully people will start to notice it and continue to divert. Okay. This is just the front page of our Green Halo software. This is what tracks. Will allow a contractor who has a permit on a job to track how much waste they're doing in their job. So you can go to individual sites and see the individual permitted sites and see how they're doing. Or we can do we can do the county overall. So it's really good data. It tracks like greenhouse gases diverted, what was recycled, all that. It's pretty cool software, pretty slick. So it'll make tracking and reporting pretty easy for contractors as well as us in the county. We've got an education and outreach campaign started. We have a brochure flyer that's available. We've mailed out to all the construction contractors with their invoices. It's up in ComDev. We have a web page we're working on to get more and more robust. We'll have more education on how to do the Green Halo and what the ordinance all involves, as well as a copy of the ordinance once it's finalized. And then here's our timeline. So we got the Green Halo system in place. We're continuing to work on setting that up, and tiered pricing also effective in March. We're at the second reading today. We're going to hopefully start testing the program out in May with ComDev, and we're going to pull a few contractors and have them be our guinea pigs on it. And then full implementation we're shooting for July 2020. And then last time I was here, we were asked to bring back budget impacts. So estimation, so we estimate, and this is based on just the tiered pricing system. I couldn't really guess how many people would get their deposits back, but we're estimating an additional revenue of $1.2 million. And that's just on that tiered pricing fee difference. And I think that's pretty conservative and low. We were going gangbusters with it in March, and then this month happened, April, so we'll see if it picks back up again in May. And then that's just not going into, our coffers. We're going to use that money, additional money earned, for a C&D specialist position who will manage this program. do all the tracking and reporting and work with ComDev, education and outreach. I didn't put this in the AIS, but it potentially, it will pay for expansions of the landfill, help cover those costs. That's not cheap. And then maybe in the future, there's C&D sorting technologies coming online that may be a little bit more viable. So that's what that money is expected to be used for.
So Kathy, the stage one, the 6-year expansion of the landfill, what is the approximate cost of doing that project?
It was 1.4 million, and we budgeted that this year for 2020. So hopefully we'll be ready to go in the fall. If not, it'll be early 2021.
Okay, so 1 year of C&D, the additional revenue would help pay,
could cover that,
almost pay the whole thing, the cost of that first expansion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Great. Patty?
I'd like to ask that if we do get it up and rolling in July, in 6 months, so end of 2020, beginning of 2021, you come back to us, bring us the numbers. I think we may want to have a discussion about the pricing. Because I think we're seeing that the $151 for the unsorted may not be where we want it to be.
Agree, and I think Greg Poshman in one of our previous discussions, he's like, we might have to raise that. And it's looking like we might.
I'm just in an effort to be fair to the public and the people who are going to be using it. Let's see what happens in that first 6 months of full implementation and then bring it back, because I'm sure we will want to have that discussion. Yeah. Thank you.
Kathy, do you have more slides? Or
Nope, that is it.
Okay, questions from those of you on the Zoom call? I can't see your faces yet.
Greg here. I know Kelly has a question too. Kelly, you can go first.
Why, thank you. I will echo Patty's request, but for a slightly different reason. I would like to request that we get some stats back fall of this year, maybe during off-season, to see how well the diversion is happening. I mentioned this before. I recognize that in solid waste, it's an incremental game, and that for our landfill in particular, we have to really look at every percent we can get. But, in the total of this proposal, if we had 100% compliance, we'd be looking at 5% of diversion. And that's from the, 58% is C&D, 35% could be diverted. We're only asking for 25% for a full refund of your deposit. And so I would like to look at these numbers to assess if we should be ratcheting up that diversion percentage requirement, so we really are getting more of it out of the landfill. Thanks.
Great. If I could follow up on that. Kathy, do you have numbers on just how much drywall, what percentage of this C&D diversion is drywall waste?
I do. Drywall is about 15%.
15%. There is I just happened to find, doing a little research, that there's a gypsum recycling company that recycles gypsum in 9 states based in Denver, and I've sent you a link to it. Maybe there is something to that, but we could make a significant dent then if there's an economical way to pull the drywall out, because that does make a big dent, and that's a lot of material. It sure would be great to be recycling it rather than mining new.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Further comments? This is a public hearing. I will open this up now for the public to phone in. If you want to comment on the waste diversion ordinance, is it an ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah, an ordinance. You may call at 253-215-8782. And we will give part of a minute, since it does take, there's a little bit of a delay. And not seeing anybody calling in right now. I'll keep watching the screen, but I'm going to take it back to the board for getting a motion or further discussion. Greg?
I was just thinking this is an opportunity, Kathy, if you could, I know you research this a lot, you know what's happening in Europe regarding recycling and reuse and diversion of waste, where they have much denser populations and much less land to exploit for landfills and things like that. Could you compare what we're doing here to what's happening elsewhere on the planet in terms of responsibly recycling and diverting this waste?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're really kind of leading Colorado with this for sure. Fort Collins has a pretty hefty ordinance as well, but they don't have any enforcement. We have a lot more teeth. We're closely matching what California does. California has a statewide mandate for diverting construction and demolition debris. So I modeled a lot after what we have in here, after what California is doing. As for Europe, they're always a little ahead of us on the automated sorting technology. So we did look at a place in Austin last year. So they're a little bit more on the technology side. So we'll hopefully catch up with them as well as the costs come down and improve a little bit. But yeah, we're leading Colorado and really matching what California is doing.
Well, Steve, can I add to that?
Yeah.
Greg, I'm going to add to that. In looking at and sending you information about what California is doing, they have the markets. So it makes it a heck of a lot easier. They have the markets right down the street.
Mm-hmm.
So their recycling is a lot more, or their construction, demolition, product recycling. It's literally a matter of driving it a few blocks away. So I don't know if that'll ever happen here, but that's why I think creating a option for people to be able to purchase some of those recyclables, I think is something that obviously we're looking at doing and will be doing here. And I think that's how we can kind of benefit from, resale.
Yeah, you're correct. A lot of what we bring in and do at the landfill, we keep it local. So we make mulch or we make aggregate. And so a lot of that is staying local, and we do sell a lot of it.
Okay, I don't think anyone from the public called in, so I would enter, there is a number, let's see who this is. 6890 on the phone. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Liz Chapman. I'm with the City of Aspen.
Hi, Liz.
And I usually get to see all of you wonderful people face to face, but we're doing our proper physical distancing. I just wanted to voice support from the City of Aspen for this change in the ordinance. We are following how this works closely because we recognize that the majority of the construction and demolition waste that the landfill receives originates in the City of Aspen, and we think this is one of the pieces of the puzzle to help reduce that waste, and we support you passing this ordinance.
Thank you, Liz.
Okay, thank you very much, Liz. I think we all agree heartily with you on that. Okay, I don't see any others. Greg?
I was just going to say, if we're ready for a motion, I do want to point out that I know that the gypsum recyclers are actually making garden materials out of gypsum, so it's possible with our profit center with the compost operation at the landfill. Hopefully that can expand sometime, but maybe there's a gypsum component of that could just make it that much more useful for a local, as Patty points out, a local use for these products or local reuse. And after that comment, I can make a motion that we approve an ordinance adopting construction, demolition, and diversion regulation, Title 6, Section 6.16.100. And I wanted to thank Liz Chapman for calling in.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Greg and seconded by Kelly to approve. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Hi.
Thank you, Kathy Hall.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
What a nice thing to do on Earth Day.
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
That's right. It's perfect.
Who? I think somebody planned that. Maybe, I don't know.
Still excellent.
Kathy said she didn't plan that. I think it was serendipity.
Yes.
Next up, we have an ordinance of the board repealing ordinance number 014-2016 and ordinance number 003-2019, and repealing and reenacting Title 11, Section 11.32, the International Energy Conservation Code. And Brian Paul should be on. There you are, Brian. Yes. Hi, good to see your face. This is continued from April 8th, so take it away, Brian.
Well, hello everyone. I'm going to reintroduce myself as your Chief Building Official, Brian Paul, since I haven't seen everybody in so long. It's nice to be in front of the board with this. Too bad we can't implement the COVID day drinking rules so we could have some champagne after this. I was just looking. Tomorrow is my 19-year anniversary, and I think we've been working on this for 4 years.
19 years.
Of my career. So, but anyway, what I have is I'm just going to kind of briefly go through the AIS that's before you. I don't know if you need me to bring it up on the screen, but I think it's all in the packet. And I just was going to reintroduce the ordinance to all of you and to the public, because this is the public hearing portion, and then just open it up for board discussion and comment. So if that seems reasonable. So this is the second reading of the proposed amendments to the currently adopted 2015 International Energy Conservation Code, with recommendations from first reading of November 20th, 2019. In the background, it goes on to add, the ordinance includes a 90-day grace period, which was something we put in to allow in the second reading, to go into effect after the second reading, and allows projects that were in their final design phase of pre-construction drawings to be prepared, who weren't prepared to submit this new change. So it's just kind of a window of time so that if those projects were right on the cusp of coming in the door, that they wouldn't have to go back and do a full redesign and hire an energy rater. And we just thought that was just a reasonable window that was requested by some people during that public outreach period. Staff has been working on these amendments to the BOCC and public working groups through a series of work sessions over the past 4 years, and is making attached energy code change recommendations based on the groundwork laid and direction received in these prior meetings. These amendments directly address Pickens County's Climate Action Plan, the greenhouse gas reduction and emergency climate change proclamation goals, by establishing an energy usage standard target of HERS 30 or net 30, and reaching a HERS 0 or net 0 by 2030 for all residential projects. Going on with that, as noted, Community Outreach Work Group and Technical Advisory Group, made up of interested professionals, have vetted the materials presented today. All are in general support, but some members may want to elaborate during public comment on specific potential impacts and concerns expressed by the staff, industry, and citizens. And at this time, I'd like to thank that solar panel and my consultant who's on the line right now, August House. August House, who's been here through the whole time with us, helping us come up with the calculator and the formulas in the background and all the heavy lifting behind this ordinance. So staff is actually doing our HERS training now as it goes on and go into the technical requirements here. We've got 6 people that are actually learning how to understand the HERS program and potentially be raters ourselves is the way it works, but it's so that we'll better understand this component of the process. And also CORE is working on getting additional people in the community to handle that, so that industry demand will be met when we do get this rolling out in the next 90 days. So going on from this slide, going to the bottom, coordination with the land use code amendments requiring for solar access site planning criteria, incorporation of solar energy storage, and resiliency planning approvals for each home. That's all kind of in place, and we did that groundwork ahead of time to make sure that when this part of the code was adopted, that land use would already be there. So people have already started complying with the solar-ready properties and amending their envelopes and having a solar area on the rooftops and implementing that storage component into their plans. So that is already moving forward. The attached ordinance addresses a whole project energy budget. And when we talk about energy code adoptions and changes, ours is unique in that we address both the internal energy and the external energy usage. So that makes this very unique. So some of the programs have maybe a REMP program where they address exterior, and some have got a net zero program or a similar program where they talk about interior energy usage. But ours is unique in the fact that it addresses both interior and exterior energy use. The initial 2020 goal of the attached ordinance is targeted and measurable reduction in energy usage in a format staff is calling Net 30. Projects are required to obtain an energy rating index or home energy rating score rating of 30, as well as offset 100% of their exterior energy usage through renewable energy offset or rent payment in lieu. Then it goes on to talk about that there are criteria that you want to do on-site mitigation first. If that's not possible or feasible, then you have to then go to off-site, and then rent payment is your final option. Instead of this just driving payment in lieu, it's really trying to gear things towards that offset component and making sure people are actually doing the right thing. So, and then on the other side of that is the 100% of the exterior usage is being offset. So for the house, it's a score of 60, net 60 or HERS 60, prior to any renewables being applied to the house, and then getting to a final score of net 30 once those renewables are attached to the house. Is this all, am I going too fast, or is it all making sense so far for you? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Some key discussion items from the last time we met was the concept of net 30, and I think we all agreed that that was where we were headed, and then we didn't discuss in full extent how to ratchet to net zero by our goal of 2030. But I think it makes sense now that we're already in 2020 that we look at it again in 2025, and then we look at it again in 2030. And if there are any drastic changes in the market, as John Ely and I kind of discussed on a phone call earlier, if there's any drastic market changes in the cost of the background calculations in this, we could bring that before the board to address adjustments along the way to get to that net zero goal. The utilization of the HERS, that has been the chosen process to get into the performance of the home and making sure that they are doing everything they can to make an energy efficient home before they even start applying renewables to that calculation. So that was our end goal, and our desire from the get-go was to have the envelope addressed for the building envelope, not the building envelope as far as where they can build it, but what the building department calls the building envelope. That's your insulation, your windows, your mechanical equipment, and all that stuff. So that's pretty much my quick overview. If there's any particular questions about the AIS or about the program in general, if you want me to bring up the calculator and revisit that, I am more than willing to bring all that up. I have it all prepared if we need it to go through the slides. But I thought maybe we just open up the board discussion, or if John wanted to add anything more about the ordinance adjustments that were made, or the actual wording of the code language was looked over by the attorney's office, and those changes to that language were minor in nature. It was mostly grammar and making it more of a legal language than some of the language that was used by August and I when we first wrote that ordinance.
Okay, Patty has a question, comment?
Well, first, Brian, I want to say thank you, and you're not going to believe this, but in front of me, I have an agenda item summary dated November 1st, 2016, where we were discussing the energy code addendums. So I want you to know that I've kept this file knowing someday it would come back to us. And today on Earth Day, it's come back to us for our second read. So thank you for your persistence in that. But when we're talking...
Excited to be here.
When we're talking exterior energy use, the offset of 100%, does that apply to even issues that are based on safety factors, where they have to, say, heat an eave because of snow sliding off onto a walkway, or issues like that?
You know, the heat tape component was one of the biggest discussion items during the public comment period between first reading and now. And there is an exemption for a certain amount. It was 1,000 watts that was exempted to allow for them to protect walkways and critical pathways. But it was argued that maybe that number could be a little bit less stringent, and we could give them a little bit either more wattage or determine it based more on a linear footage or square footage of area to account for that. Even the fire department, Parker Lathrop, weighed in that he had some concerns about the safety protocol of those ice dams. And sometimes they'd had to respond to a slide that took out a gas meter or something that was critical on the side of the house. So that was one thing that if the board is desirous of looking into would be maybe giving a little bit more leeway. That 1,000 watts if you think of it as 7 watts per square foot average, that's about 142 feet. Some of the systems are more wattage than others at square footage level, so it could be less than that. It could be only a few hundred, or 120 to 140 feet. So if that's not something that seems reasonable to the board, that's something definitely up for discussion.
So can I just continue?
Yeah,
So
Patty.
my thinking would be that I think we need to see how it works. I think we need to see when it's actually on the ground. And I would not be surprised if there's other issues that you're probably going to want to bring back to us, say, in a year or a year and a half or 2 years, that we need to tweak along the line. So as long as we have some way to address, it's in our thought process of addressing public safety issues, I'm okay with moving it forward.
And Patty, to add to that, it's 2020, and the 2021 code will be coming out soon.
Right.
And so there'll be a new energy code to adopt. Most likely we'd be trying to adopt that in 2022. So we could definitely do a revamp of anything that seems to need adjustment at that
Great,
time. I
great.
think that might be a reasonable time frame.
Yeah, that's a great time frame, and it's a great, and it means we can do it as part of something else, so we're not starting all over again just for this item. So I think that would be perfect, but as long as we've already paid attention to that issue, I'm good moving it forward and just seeing how it works in the field.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, other board comments? I will make comments. I think it's very fitting that on Earth Day that we would be passing this on second reading. This is really a huge step forward into achieving greater energy efficiency and more wise use of our energy that we use here in the county. And so, Brian, this has been a long haul for you working on this, and we really appreciate the work that you and others have put into making this happen. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Kelly.
Yeah, I have more of a public noticing question for this item. Because the calculator as available in the packet does not view well. So there's things that are cut off on the right side of the page that come many pages later to follow through. And I just want to check in with John Ely about that as to, how that is available for the public to review. And, I know that there's been a very substantial public process related to this and presentation of that calculator, but I want to get the all clear on that matter.
Well, Kelly, I'm checking the code sections and the AIS and the ordinance and in August's calculating table. Mine have come out. They're all good, actually.
Yeah, mine too.
On mine too.
But to the extent that Kelly's looking at one that didn't reproduce right, or there's another individual that's looking at that, the actual legal requirement is satisfied by our publication of the ordinance through the papers, which is required under state law and our own code. So the agenda items are there for public convenience. They're not legally required. So we're fine to go forward with this, although it is strange that your copies aren't being displayed in entirety.
Hey, also, John and Kelly, I had put PDF still shots of that calculator in the first reading, and that was all available to at least see those as an actual PDF. The dynamic Excel spreadsheet is probably why that kind of printed out weird, is you kind of had to change print parameters probably to get that to print out right. But it is all there. But I had definitely given a PDF version in first reading, so people had a still shot of each one of those worksheets.
Okay, it starts where it says background calculations. So I just wanted to clarify that with John Ely. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
And that particular sheet is something that's never been there. That is the actual math on how we come about the actual calculations. So that being daylight is a big part of this process, is making that available to the public. So I want to make sure they are comfortable with that.
Okay, this is a, oh, go ahead. George?
Brian, Brian, I forgot to ask you this at first reading, but it's caught my eye again. Part of the package says fireplaces is hereby amended and should read as the following: new wood burning fireplaces. I thought we were not allowing any wood burning fireplaces any longer in the county.
The Environmental Health Department has attainment and non-attainment areas, is what they call those. So in the urban growth areas, there's no allowance for fireplaces, but in some of those exterior county areas, outlying areas, you're allowed to install them. And there is some protocol that has to be followed. That is actually just a section of the energy code adoption that was already there. It wasn't really part of this current rewrite, but it's talking about making sure they have full coverage doors and bringing combustion air, and it's some safety adds that were added to the install of fireplaces. But we still aren't allowing them in the county, not in the urban areas where there's PM10 issues, but they are still allowed in certain areas of the county.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and let me see if anyone from the public wishes to make comments on this at this time. The phone number, looks like maybe one person on there. 9008, are you wishing to comment on the energy code change?
Steve, it's Jeffrey Woodruff, no comment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any members of the public, you can call in 253-215-8782. We'll continue discussing this, but if anyone calls in, it looks like we have 1812 phone number. Are they unmuted? Looks like they're unmuted. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. 1812, do you wish to comment on this?
No.
Okay. So take it back to the board for discussion and a motion. If anyone wishes to call, we'll take your call still. We'll keep watching that. Greg?
I can put a motion in. I can make a motion that we approve an ordinance repealing ordinance number 014-2016 and ordinance 003-2019 and repealing and reenacting Title 11, Section 11.32, the International Energy Conservation Code of the Pitkin County Code.
Second.
Okay, Greg has moved and George has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I would just like.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to reiterate what was been said in the past. Paul and the building department at ComDev, this was a long time coming, a lot of work, a lot of community input. It really follows very closely on the last resolution we just approved for the landfill in terms of putting in a stronger deconstruction element. Our goal, of course, with the county is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions any way we can, reduce, reuse, recycle, and this follows right along the same path that we have for the future of Pitkin County. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, George. Patty and then Kelly.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Brian, and staff, and for all the effort and all the consultants and all the amazingly understandable technology that went over our heads many times, and you're always patient bringing it back to a level that we could understand, and we really appreciate that. I think this is a great move on our part, and especially thanks to your leadership in getting us to this place. So again, my thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. Thanks, Brian, to you and your team, and for shepherding this through to us today. And, I think, just to echo what people have said, that this is the right approach, because we are first siting it well, siting buildings well, then building the buildings well, and then mitigating for impacts that can't be addressed in the first two approaches. And I'm excited to see what new buildings get built with that kind of paradigm in place. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are there further comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you, board. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, August.
Thanks, Brian, August,
Thanks,
and the
August.
whole crew. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thanks for understanding our vision.
Thank you all. It's been great to work with you.
Okay, moving on. Next we have individual consideration items, emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory readings. And these will be public hearings, I believe, also. First one is emergency resolution of the board authorizing an intergovernmental agreement between Pickens County and the City of Aspen for the provision of financial assistance related to the local disaster emergency declared regarding the spread of COVID-19. So John, take it away.
Thank you, Steve. This is a confirmatory reading, as you mentioned. The effect of the ordinance or the resolution took place at the last regular meeting when it was enacted and immediately affected by the BOCC. The resolution was designed as an emergency resolution so that we could enact a IGA with the City of Aspen and have it go into effect immediately, such that we could adequately fund a program and a fund that was set up by the county, nominated the Public Health Emergency Response Fund, to which Pickens County and the City of Aspen were contributing money. Since the time of the enactment of the resolution and the IGA, additional money that is in excess of what was originally specified in the resolution has been contributed to the fund, both by the county and the City of Aspen, as well now as the town of Snowmass Village. The fund is available to help individuals who are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that help is in the form of rental or mortgage payment assistance, utility assistance, food assistance, transportation aid, and, well, really anything that might affect some individuals more than others, and present itself as a need or a high priority item for people that are caught in a tough spot as a consequence of COVID-19 and governmental response to that pandemic. I'd ask the board to confirm the previously enacted resolution. The fund will continue to remain in place and I'm sure continually replenished by governmental entities so that these continuing needs of members of the public can be met. Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, so John, my question last time was how we're going to handle it with Snowmass Village. And I think the answer was we're just going to do like a memo of understanding or a letter of agreement or something.
Well, it's kind of up to the town. I have not heard a request from them as yet to enact a formalized IGA. If they want one, then we will, of course, oblige them with a document that's similar to this one with the City of Aspen. But that has not been requested particularly yet, to my knowledge anyway.
Yeah, I heard that they were okay with doing something a little more simple. But we'll see what comes up. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other board comments? Seeing none right now, this is a public hearing. Do any members of the public wish to make a comment about this IGA between the county and the city about financial assistance related to the COVID-19 issue? We'll wait a minute and see if anyone comes on to the call.
Yeah, that's the only number I don't recognize is the.
Yeah, we could try them again.
The 1-8, that one?
Yeah, we could try them again. The 1812, did you wish to comment on this?
No, I did not. This is John Belkin with Garfield and Heck. No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody coming on the phone. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to, on confirmatory reading, an intergovernmental agreement between the Pickens County, Colorado, and City of Aspen, Colorado, for the provision of financial assistance related to the local disaster emergency declared regarding the spread of COVID-19.
I will second and thank the city.
Okay, it's been moved by Patty, seconded by Kelly. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, approved. Next up, we have an emergency resolution of the board authorizing the chair of the BOCC to sign and enter Pickens County into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for off-system bridge grant funding. And GR, I see you on there. Good to see you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Again, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the Pickens County engineer. And as Steve stated, this is an IGA to accept grant funding for the Upper Castle Creek Bridge. This bridge is located approximately 9 miles south of Aspen, up Castle Creek Valley. It's about 2 miles below Ashcroft if you're heading up that direction. About a week and a half ago, staff had gotten direction to keep moving this project forward. This IGA brings our federal funding for this project up to about $1.2 million. We expect construction costs to be in the tune of $2.2 million for this project. We've received bids for the project, and we're looking to get this going mid-spring. We have our pre-construction meeting that is scheduled for the end of April, and we are currently working with the state on executing our contracts with the contractor. This item was before you as an emergent item, as when we are accepting these funds, they take sometimes a few months to get all of the paperwork in order with the state to accept the federal funds, and so the more that we can cut off of process time, the better position that we'll be in. So that is what I have for this this grant IGA.
Okay, comments from the board? I can't see those of you yet. Someone want to speak up?
Thanks again, GR, for moving this forward. Again, the most unsafe bridge in the county. I'm glad we could take advantage of this time to do it.
So GR, I am really curious to see the replacement of this bridge, what the process is going to be. I think I'll be making a few trips up Castle Creek just to observe the construction.
Well, let me know, and we'll be more than happy to show you around the project, Steve. I'm anxious to find out how exactly we're going to do this one, too. We've proposed a certain way of doing the construction within our plans as just a way to show contractors one way to build it, but it's ultimately up to the contractor to determine that, and the contractor that we are working with would like to use a temporary bridge in that location, and so we're determining what those sorts of impacts might be right now.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this emergency resolution regarding the funding for the New Castle Creek Bridge near Ashcroft? We'll give you a moment to call in on the phone number, see if anyone wishes to comment. Wish there was a way people could raise their, have a little hand or something show up.
We're working on that.
That'd be a good technological addition.
We had that with the airport, but nobody knew they could do it.
That's part of the challenge.
Okay, I'm not seeing any members of the public joining in on the call, so we'll take it back to the board for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve on confirmatory reading a resolution authorizing the chair of the Board of County Commissioners to sign and enter Pickens County into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for off-system bridge grant funding, and a big thanks to GR Fielding.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Patty, seconded by Greg. Is there further discussion?
I just wanted to say it sounds as if we can certainly get more, get farther along if we can contribute more than the minimum, as GR pointed out in this. And I just want to say how fortunate we are to be able to put in more than the minimum grant, and apparently that has had some influence on that we got the grant in this time. So I don't know if GR wanted to comment on that, but I just thought that was interesting. And it's good to know that and I'm grateful we're able to do that.
Yes, Greg. Typically with a lot of these competitive grants, especially the ones that are very competitive, such as off-system bridge grant funds, if you are able to supply an overmatch on a project, it shows that you're willing to do a lot of the lifting as well, and so it's viewed favorably typically by the granting agency.
Great. Now, if we authorize Steve to enter into this negotiation, does that mean he's got bridges to sell people?
I have bridges to nowhere coming out. I have all kinds of ideas for those. I'll bring my shovel up and throw a little dirt around too. So I'll make a comment. This to me is like the ideal public works, public infrastructure kind of project to take in a time when the economy is kind of on the ropes and we really need, people really need help economically, and we can provide a job here that the contractor and the people who work for him will be able to be at work doing something an essential project for the county. So it's really good timing we're doing this now to help some of the workers out. So any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, GR, appreciate it.
So can we take a break at some point, maybe after these next two items that we're going to continue before we start the next energy?
Yes, let's do that.
Know about energy code?
So we're moving on to land use items. These are public hearings. The first one is a resolution for 1900 Snowmass LLC major amendment to a development permit. And it is requested to continue this to June 10th, 2020. This is a public hearing. Does anyone from the public on this item, or the Celestial Land Company is the next item that will also be continued? If anyone wishes to speak on either of these, you can call 253-215-8782. And looks like we might have someone here. We'll see if it's on this item, the 1900 Snowmass LLC.
Or Celestial.
Or Celestial. Is anyone on the 9008 who wishes to speak to this?
No, thank you, Steve. It's Jeffrey Woodruff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We keep going back to him.
Okay, so this first item, will entertain a motion to continue the 1900 Snowmass LLC major amendment to development permit.
I will make a motion to continue to June the 10th, 2020.
Second, Greg.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Greg. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 The second one is the resolution approving the Celestial Land Company Ltd. reinstatement of vested rights. It's requested to continue this to May 27th. Is there anyone from the public wishing to comment on this? I think not. So bring it to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve to continue this to May 27th, but I have a question for the county attorney.
Okay, let's get a second first, Patty.
I'll second.
Okay, Greg, go ahead. Go ahead, Patty.
Can we continue, I mean, we continued to continue this. Can we continue to do that forever, or is there ever a time frame?
There's not a fixed time frame. It's more of a question of reasonableness. So at some point, the board should decide that enough is enough and bring the issue forward and determine it one way or the other.
Okay, so that's a further discussion for the board.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know, is there any more calls on there, Andrew? Has anyone called? Just make sure one more time that there's not anybody calling on this item. I don't see any, so bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Would it be possible to
Okay,
take 10?
how much of a break do we want here? 5 or 10?
10 minutes?
Let's do a 10-minute break. We've been at it 2.5 hours almost here. So we'll be back, let's say at 2:30. We'll start up on the renewable energy code item, followed by the GMQS item, and then the Oxenberg subdivision. Thank you, everybody. Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is the April 22nd Earth Day regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Next up on our agenda is the second reading of the ordinance of the board amending Pitkin County Code. This all is relating to renewable energy, and it's Title 8, Sections 2, 4, and 7. So we have Ellen Sassano and Zach Hendricks are both here. And Ellen, are you going to kick this off? Or Zach?
No, I am. Thank you. Zach is going to be running the screen for us. Good to see everybody. Thank you. Ellen Sassano, the Pitkin County Long Range Planner. And yes, so this is second reading. And what I'm going to do is just walk briefly through the process that we've gone through to date for adoption of this ordinance, and then the action that we're requesting you to take today, and then I will very briefly summarize the amendments. I know the board has spent a lot of time with these amendments, but I want to make sure that any audience members have a chance to see them on screen as well. So, next slide. So the process to date, the board reviewed this ordinance at first reading on March 25th and set the second reading and public hearing for today, Earth Day, which is appropriate. The Zoning Commission reviewed amendments at their regularly scheduled meeting on April 7th and unanimously recommended approval to the board. So today's meeting is second reading and public hearing for adoption of the ordinance. Next slide, thanks. So requested action, staff has found that the proposed amendments are consistent with the applicable code provisions, including the land use policies, the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan, and several of the caucus master plans. The Planning and Zoning Commission and staff both recommend adoption of the ordinance containing the following renewable energy related text amendments. We're looking at sections 2, 4, and 7 of the Land Use Code. I'm going to go through these briefly. Please stop me if you have questions. So starting with Chapter 2, this is the review and approval procedures section of the code. Both of these are simplifications. The first is a simplification of the review process for ground-mounted solar arrays, basically based on staff input, taken what was initially a hearing officer review and made it an administrative or staff review. There's still a public notice component and the ability to appeal to the hearing officer. The second change to the section is a deletion of the requirement for activity envelope for review for ground-mounted arrays, as long as the arrays are located in areas that are not environmentally or visually constrained. It's in response to a lot of feedback that we got from the general public. Next slide. So then moving on to Section 4 of the Land Use Code, we made some revisions to the use-specific standards for renewable energy. The first, again, this is in response to both staff and primarily public feedback from solar installers and others who got back to us on the requirement for on-site energy storage capacity. Basically, we have made the requirement only applicable to energy systems producing 10 kilowatt hours or more. The issue was that for smaller systems, people thought that on-site storage might make the cost of the overall system prohibitive. So we're going to go with this approach and see, put it into practice and see if this is doable. Next slide. So then, again, this is still Section 4 of the Land Use Code. We had, again, hearing from staff and the public, there was some need for clarification of how to measure the setbacks for roof-mounted solar arrays and how to measure height on both flat and pitched roof arrays. ground-mounted arrays and wind turbines. And so we went ahead and added some, I think, really helpful graphics. And I think we have a couple of them on the next slides. Let's see. So the top slide just shows the international fire code setbacks for roof-mounted solar systems, and those setbacks may change as the fire code changes. And then the bottom illustration is just showing how to measure height on a ground-mounted array from proposed versus existing grade. Next slide. This is showing how to measure the height of wind turbines. Again, pretty straightforward, but hopefully it will make life easier for people who are installing these systems. Next slide. So this was another provision that we adopted in November. Got a lot of feedback, again, from staff and the general public that it was difficult to discern how to calculate the area disturbed for ground-mounted arrays, because the area that's disturbed directly relates to the amount and type of land use review required. So people thought that when they were looking at these ground-mounted arrays that perhaps they should just be calculating the area literally underneath the arrays themselves. But really what we are looking at is including the area under the arrays as well as the areas needed for access, grading, revegetation, fencing, storage, and the like. So this photograph is one that we use to show the area visually and also talk about how to calculate the area disturbed. Then Section 7 of the Land Use Code speaks specifically to standards for solar roof readiness and guidelines for site orientation for solar access. And again here, we added graphics illustrating how to achieve the required 35% roof coverage for solar arrays, and then graphics to illustrate the guidelines for building and driveway orientation for maximum solar access. And we have a couple of those illustrations in the next slides. Again, this one on the upper right is helpful because it literally shows how to calculate 35% of your roof, of coverage on your roof to ensure that it's accessible for solar panels. And then I think there's one more slide, another graphic. This is just showing how, this is a guideline rather than a standard, but how to look at orienting a building to take best advantage of solar access on a site. This isn't all of the graphics, but it's several of them. And next slide. So that's my very brief wrap of the proposed amendments. And in terms of recommended action, both the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff recommend approval of the ordinance amending the Pickens County Code, specifically Title 8 of the Land Use Code, Sections 2, 4, and 7, regarding renewable energy as drafted. And with that, I'm glad to take questions or go into more detail on any of those provisions if there are any questions.
Steve, I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, hi, Ellen. Thanks great to see you. Nice to have you here with us, wherever that is, wherever you are. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the home storage, 10 kilowatt minimum. I'm looking at the forecast and the charts. It looks like the actual cost of battery home energy storage is probably going to drop by 50% in the next 10 years at least, and maybe sooner. So I can imagine revising this. I have a home solar system, and I have a 7 kilowatt system, which is about the load for my house, which is roughly 2,600 square feet or so, 2,700. And so I can just see for the smaller, I don't know how, we can look at the house sizes in the valley, but it seems to me that houses in my category will be excluded from this when they might not necessarily be, because we're going to see anticipating a huge drop in the cost of these home energy storage systems and a huge increase in the safety of these systems. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that, and we're prepared to go back in and revise this maybe within the next few years. Yes, that's what shakes out.
Yeah, and when we established the 25% threshold of requirement, that was anticipated as a starting point. Holy Cross is currently looking at their incentives for battery storage, and Core also has a $2,500 rebate. We could very possibly see the incentives coming from both those organizations increase to a point where we want to drop that threshold from 10 kilowatts to lower to make that requirement on more people and up the requirement total as well. We figured that this was a safe starting point given the state of the market at this time.
And this was directly in response to feedback that we got from installers who were very concerned about cost. So yes, absolutely, this should be a dynamic process. The land use code always is, and we'll anticipate making changes that make sense on the ground.
Okay. I just think if we anticipate that and we're prepared for it, that's fine. But I'm ready to move this forward as I see it now.
Great.
Kelly? Kelly?
Hi, sorry, thanks. Fumbling with the mute button. Nice to see you both. Thanks for your hard work. Were there any significant changes between first reading to P and Z to second reading?
There were not. Actually none.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, George, you have any comments?
Sort of back to my earlier comments, this is just part of this great forward path that Pickens County has taken in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, using renewable energy, and it's just wonderful. It just coincidentally is happening on Earth Day. What could be better?
And Patty?
Yeah, in looking at we've been talking about siting of houses on properties for some time now, many years now, and having roofs solar ready. Have we been seeing any architectural issues coming forward already? Aren't architects already thinking in that direction?
The main issues that we've seen so far was just the ambiguity on how to calculate what was solar ready and what was not. So with the diagrams, we're hoping to clarify that, and really they do the calculations, but they haven't been required to show that to clients. So this kind of just puts it up front and makes them force their clients to think about it when they're designing their buildings, but it also allows us to get that at the beginning of the planning process rather than frequently what we were seeing was they get the building permit and then have to retroactively go back and deal with it. So we're just trying to make it so that it's at the very beginning of the process.
So by providing them with information as far as the best guidelines, we're giving them a leg up on the process for them to design and bring forward. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, and
we did initially get some calls from architects specifically saying we could use some guidance, and that's why we did develop the graphics.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, guys. This has been another one of those amazing efforts, and I'm really happy that now I can retire my flagged code section by code section, first draft, second draft, all those drafts manual. And like George said, it's a great way to celebrate Earth Day. And thank you.
I also have some comments specifically about the energy storage thing. I don't think people really realize, but if their solar array will generate all the electricity that they need, even in the evening after the sun goes down, by having a battery storage system, what in effect this does is lower the base load requirements from the utility, in our case either the City of Aspen Electric or Holy Cross Energy. You're lessening the need for having a power plant basically. By being able to store your own electricity and use it at night. And that is just amazing that each individual household can eliminate the need for coal-fired electricity from somewhere. That's really important. The second thing I noticed, and I want to take credit for this, but I noticed that Greg's name is on the signature page, and I want to be the one to sign this one, by golly. I think that probably indicates we started writing this back when Greg was still the chairman, and we're just finishing it up now. So Zach's been working on this very diligently for a long time. Let's see, this is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this at this moment? I think they want to speak on probably on the next two items that are coming up.
May I, real quick?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jeffrey Woodruff for taking our input and putting them into the diagrams for us. He did a wonderful job, and he was very cooperative, and I think the quality of what we got was largely due to him.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks to all the P&Z, and I know this is a passion of Jeffrey's, having renewable energy and energy efficiency things are very important to him. So, go ahead, Ellen.
May I also, just since we're giving out thanks and appreciation, yeah, Jeffrey was amazing, and in addition, we have had a very active group of citizens and tradespeople who really have given us so much direction and feedback that I think it's resulted in a much better land use code provision. So thanks to everybody. There's a lot of heart put into this to this endeavor.
Okay, Greg, I'll get to you in a minute. I want to alert the public. This is a public hearing. If you wish to comment on this, you can call in on the phone number, which I ought to have it memorized by now, but I don't. I can remember my phone number from when I was about 6 years old, but I don't remember this one. 253-215-8782 if you wish to call in and comment on this or the next two items after this also. So we'll give a moment and see if anyone phones in on this item. Greg, go ahead and be doing your comments, and we'll see if someone joins us, we'll let them comment.
I just wanted to say that I think it'd be great if we can recognize all the individuals who've worked on this with Zach and Ellen and Jeffrey and the other people in the community who've helped with this. I think it'd be great to be able to recognize them. This is significant, and it's something that I would love to share with them. There's so many people who are concerned about this in the community, and I really would love to see them recognized in some way. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, is there any new phones on there? Okay, no one from the public calling in on this, so I would entertain a motion in a second on this. Any takers?
I move to approve. I move to approve.
We got it, George.
And I'll second.
Patty, George moved and Patty seconded. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
guys, and thanks to Cindy
Thanks, Zach.
Hooven.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you all.
Okay, next up, we have a second reading on an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners. This is regarding the growth management quota system. It's amending Title 8 and different sections, a lot of different sections of that, regarding the growth management quota system. And we have Ryan Neely on the screen here. So do you want to take it away, Rye?
Hi, Steve. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Good afternoon. Richard Neely, Assistant County Attorney. As Steve just mentioned, this is the second reading of an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically Section 6-40, 6-50, 2-30-40, 2-40-40, Table 2-1, and Table 2-2, all regarding the growth management quota system. This is second reading. This is a public hearing. The BOCC unanimously approved this item on first reading. There have been a couple changes to the text amendment since first reading that I want to highlight for you. One was specifically in response to a hearing or a request from the BOCC, which was to make sure that there's an appeal of staff's decision to provide additional time to submit a building permit after a GMQS allotment has expired after 3 years. As it was previously set up on first reading, the staff determination was not appealable to the BOCC to provide a 1-year extension to submit for a building permit. Based on BOCC's direction, there is now an appeal to the BOCC on that particular issue. I suspect we'll have some more issues to talk about, but I also wanted to highlight another change, and it's more of a clarification based on a tidal wave of public comment regarding previously awarded GMQS allotments. The text amendment makes clear that the legislation does not have a retroactive effect and instead only applies to allotments issued after the date or after the potential date of adoption here. So those are the two main changes that have taken place since first reading. I can stop there for a second and take any questions on those two items, or I'm happy to continue with giving you some more information. Steve?
Let's see if any of the board has questions to this point. I don't see any. Rye, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so since first reading, the P&Z also, Planning and Zoning Commission also reviewed the proposed land use code text amendments. The P&Z reviewed the text amendment at a public meeting on April 7th. At that public meeting, there was a lengthy discussion, much of it centered on the appropriateness of adopting what was styled as sweeping policy changes to GMQS during the current state of world affairs. And there is a myriad of public comment in your packet to that, toward that end. There was not a lot of substantive discussion at the P&Z. There was a motion made by one of the P&Z members to approve the proposed ordinance without including the 3-year expiration of the allotment. That motion from the Planning and Zoning Commission failed. I think only one person supported it. The motion that was adopted by the Planning Commission was to request that the BOCC provide the Planning and Zoning Commission another opportunity to review the proposed land use code text amendment. The motion was supported unanimously and requested that the P&Z have another opportunity to review the matter on May 5th. What else do I have here? I'm happy to go through the significant points of what this QS, what the changes to GMQS are. All right, George.
Yeah, quick. So if we were to send this back to the P&Z to take one more look at this on May 5th, that means we would continue this to a date certain. But when would that come back? The soonest time when would that come back to us, Rye?
It could, assuming you continued it, the date certain could be the next BOCC meeting, which I believe is May 13th. We would review it on May 5th, and it could potentially come back to this board on May 13th.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see any other board members right now. Rye, go ahead.
Okay, well, as we went over during first reading, this text amendment seeks to, really does three things. It reduces the allotment ceiling, and that allotment ceiling reduction is reflected in the AIS and in the actual attachments of what would be the proposed text amendment. It reconfigures the application deadlines a little bit, and before I forget, I do want to give Cindy an opportunity to after I do, because I know she may have some stuff to say to you. So sorry, Cindy, I forgot about you for a second there, but not completely. So it moves the application deadlines around a little bit. It splits the application deadlines out into the fall and into the early spring so that staff and the P&Z are not overwhelmed with applications all at one time. And significantly, it includes a provision whereby the allotments awarded expire if not utilized in 3 years. There has been some public comment in this regard, and I'm happy to address that either now or afterward. The big concern I saw with that was it's not fair to have an allotment expire if an applicant is going to be submitting or providing property interests or things like that that last in perpetuity. And I addressed that particular concern during the P&Z, and I'll tell you the same thing now, which is the way that it's set up, right? The way that the Land Use Code text amendment is set up, and I can clarify it if need be. The way it's currently set up is an applicant, once their allotment is awarded, they have 3 years to utilize that allotment. They need to satisfy the requirements set out in, or the commitments made in their application prior to issuance of building permit. So the way that I would envision it working, and I'm not, and this is pretty much how it works right now, is let's say an applicant was going to grant a fishing easement in connection as a commitment in its GMQS application. When they come in to get a building permit, they submit that fishing easement contemporaneously with that for recording. So it's not like they have to submit the fishing easement, and if they don't ultimately pull the permit, the fishing easement hangs around. And it's the way the system works right now. Most folks, and it's part of the problem with the current system, is most folks make certain commitments in the application, and those commitments are never really fulfilled until the applicant comes in to get the building permit, which makes sense because you're not going to, pay a bunch of money or submit a property interest that lasts in perpetuity if you're not actually ready to get the building permit. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions like that, but that was a big point of public concern that I saw out there as well, along with the question of whether previously awarded allotments are affected by this amendment, which they are not. So I know there's a bunch of people anxious to make some public comment out there. My recommendation is that you consider the request from the P&Z to continue this so they have another opportunity to look at it on May 5th. But otherwise, I believe the BOCC should adopt it on second reading.
Okay, George?
So Ryan and/or Cindy, what are the main issues of concern that the P&Z wants to revisit? Do we know that?
I think a lot of it, George, was when they received a bunch of public comment, there was a general feeling that they hadn't had enough time to review such a complicated amendment to the land use code. There is also a sentiment to get more of the planning community involved with the process, and I think Cindy can probably elaborate a little bit on that.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. I'd say that my takeaway from the P&Z is that they've really been focusing more on the scoring system in the growth management overall system, and they feel like the issues with the growth management system that they've been focusing on are more about what are the community benefits, and are those updated, and have we looked at those for a while. I think a lot of people are feeling that the growth management system needs an update, and specifically from the board's direction about looking at everything through the climate action lens, we want to take a look at that scoring system. So I think that our P&Z has been more focused on actually what those community benefits are through the scoring system versus what I'm calling the bookends that these amendments look at that are before you today.
So Cindy, would you say that what we're looking at today are really sweeping changes or just part of an incremental change with the overall GMQS process?
Excuse me.
I don't really consider these sweeping changes. I think that they're part of an overall process, and what I've always said about these particular changes are that we may take a look at them again and recommend to the board that they be amended again in light of the broader look at growth management in that entire system. I think that the square footage reduction is not too out of line in the sense that we haven't really had that square footage level requested if you look at the data that we supplied you in the last 10 years. So that's an adjustment. As far as the 3-year provision versus no provision at all, I think it's a good discussion to have. And in my mind, that could be part of the broader discussion. It doesn't necessarily need to happen at this point and could be part of the broader discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelly?
Hi, thank you. I don't have a question, but I do want to just make a comment because I see a couple of different paths forward, and I think it would be helpful when the public gives their comment to weigh in on those. So, one path forward is to adopt these changes. We have requested 3 changes, right? We would have requested a single application date, which staff decided wasn't helpful for them. We requested getting back to a competitive competition by lowering the square footage and the allotment time period. So, the path forward, I guess I would see is we adopt those as presented, or we can look at what Cindy proposed as far, or suggest, I guess, offered. I won't ascribe any opinion to that, but as accepting and adopting the square footage change and rolling the allotment time period change into a broader conversation as a second path, or a potential third path, which would be to move all of this to a broader conversation for future consideration and a broader public participation process. Now, I would say that that path, I think, has to also, that third path also has to consider a possible moratorium on GMQS applications, which one planner offered in their comments. So they didn't use moratorium. They said to, you know, pause this year's competition until we figure these things out. And so maybe there's other paths, but I think at least those three would be helpful to hear during public comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Any further board comments before I take this to the public comments? Okay, seeing none, so George, do see you, George.
Yeah, a couple things. One is I want to respond to the letters we've been getting in terms of some of those people feeling that this is not a fair process because they don't have the opportunity to discuss or provide their public comments in person. You know, we can't stop the work of the county even in the midst of this crisis. We need to continue moving forward as we've shown that we've done today. And I believe that our call-in process is working really well. We're able to hear comments and discuss them amongst ourselves, as well as if someone's commenting in person. So I don't see the need to delay because of that reason. And in fact, if we were to delay, we would probably be looking at 4 or 5 months down the road before we may be able to get a large group together. I mean, the Supreme Court is able to hear cases via teleconferencing. So we can certainly hear public comment over the phones. So I just want to make that point, and I know there's going to be quite a few comments, Steve, and I would ask that we again limit those to about 3 minutes each.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards allowing a continuance so that P&Z, per their request, because I want to honor their request for some time, but I want to be clear, at least in my understanding, to be clear, that we're just looking at these, what I would call minor changes, like Kelly outlined, the number of square footage allotted, the time frame for applications, that I think going to twice a year, if that's better, works better for staff, is fine with me. And a 3-year vesting, quote unquote, of sorts for that allotment. And I appreciate Rye bringing back in the appeal process because I think that's important that anybody have the right to appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. But I don't think it needs to be a long period of time. Maybe bring it back to us the end of May, the 27th, I think is our next meeting. That gives time for P&Z to meet again, gives time for staff to gel anything that comes out of the P&Z meeting. But I think, for me, again, it needs to be clear that this discussion started because of the need to look at the whole GMQS process. We've been talking about that for years, and this board decided we needed to do something. So we decided to take these interim steps, I think Kelly used that word too, for now, but I think it's going to be a much longer process to reevaluate this whole program, how, what the public benefits are, and how it's just not a given because our code says you have to do this, you get points for it for GMQS. We need to look at that, and that's going to be more time consuming. So I appreciate people being here to comment today. We have 25 pages of comments, public comments that were in the packet for today, which I'm intending to keep and move forward to the next discussion. So I don't know how many members of the public feel the need to comment today, but they're more than welcome to. That's why we're here. But I'm really leaning towards listening to P&Z's request for a little more time to look at those issues before them and know that the bigger process will be moving forward in the future.
So I would kind of reiterate that a lot of the letters, they're saying that we can't do a fair public process without being able to do it in person. And virtually all of the planners, many of whom are our friends, our associates. Some of them used to work for the county. We've known them for a long time. We respect their opinions a lot. Asking that we put this off indefinitely until we can meet in person again. We don't know when that's going to be. It might be months off. It might be next month. At this point, we have no way of knowing. So before we start taking public comments, I want all the planners, who I think are most of the ones wanting to make comment, we hear you. I actually like your suggestion, Patty, to do it towards the end of May, and that gives everybody a chance to respond to the three things that, like Kelly laid out, the three issues we're looking at right now. Provide written comments on those in detail. I think that's sufficient time, and we read all the comments that are sent in. People can be assured of that. The people can also make oral comments at the time of the public hearing. So that's where I am leaning right now, to do like a month's extension towards the end of May. That allows the P&Z time to hear it again. So let's take it to the public for comments now, based on what you've heard the commissioners say to this point today. And so let's see. I think we'll just have to go through. Okay, Mr. Belkin, I think, would be first, 1812.
Yes, can people hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good, okay. Thank you very much, folks. I do appreciate the difficulty that the county is in trying to continue to do its work during this strange time, which we all know could go on for longer than who knows how long. But I think the issue is, though, that the sort of the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So it's really for the, these processes exist for the public, so that the public can get good results. I did participate in P&Z's meeting back on April 7th. It certainly was more challenging than this is. I've been listening for the last several hours. It's been going quite well, it seems, and that's laudable. However, at the P&Z meeting, you had, I think I'm just counting from an email I'd sent back on April 5th, I think the tally was 5 or 6 to 1 to actually table it until, to get some substantive comments from the public. We tried to do that with, all the experience that's on our letter that we sent. The folks in the legal community and the planning community had a lot of comments. And I just said one other thing, that none of which I've heard addressed here today. Separately, I participated in the energy working group. I went to 6 or so, maybe more meetings. That went over the course of a year. I find it interesting that that this is all happening net within 2 months. And that the Planning and Zoning Commission had concerns about what they were looking at, and that there had not been a public process. Just to conclude, recognize it's challenging times for everybody, but this is just what we'll have to deal with. And it's important for the public to be able to watch their elected officials debate an issue as important as this frankly, in person. I know that it's more difficult to be able to interact with somebody, certainly, on an elected board. If you can't see them and you can't see where they are on a certain issue, we can certainly hear, we appreciate the boards, putting in their 2 cents on different issues, but no one has even taken up any of the comments that we included in our letter.
And I understand, and I respect the fact that you're saying that you've read them all, but there's quite a bit in there, and all we're really asking for is a process for everybody to participate in, not unlike what was done previously on the energy code amendments. That process worked really well, and everybody was really pleased. We don't understand the rush, and this has existed for a long time. And if a moratorium is in order, then maybe that's something that should be discussed more. But in any case, we all appreciate your taking the time to hear from us. I just think now is not time to do something sort of with 2 months when the energy code amendments took over a year. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, next up we have 8584 phone number.
You need to make sure they give their names too.
Yeah, and
We didn't really.
everybody please state your name when you come on.
Hi there, this is Chelsea Clark. I'm a county planning and zoning commissioner, calling in to just chime in and follow up with the comments I made to summarize our meeting on April 7th. Thank you to the commissioners for recognizing me and allowing me to be heard, although I'm not making my statement today in a capacity as a commissioner, simply as a public comment. I think that Mr. Biles, whoever was previously speaking, was accurate, that the vote was not unanimous to ask for continuance on April 7th, that there was a 5-1 vote. So there was a little bit of discontinuity among the planning and zoning commissioners, but the general consensus was that it was appropriate to table this issue for a substantial amount of time for the purposes of conducting a community-wide, similar to the renewable energy amendments to the land use code, a community-wide participation process where experts and frequent users of the land use code and the GMQS system could be heard and contribute to a collaborative revision to the current system that's in place. And I personally believe that the work of the committee that proposed the renewable energy amendments to the land use code was a resounding success. And if a similar process like that could be implemented to make revisions to the GMQS system as appropriate, that would be worthwhile and a good investment of time and energy for an appropriate and sensible amendment to be brought to the Board of County Commissioners eventually. But I also share the sentiment that this is probably not the most appropriate time to be making broad brush changes to the land use code during a pandemic, and that there really is no rush. I don't see how a 2-month window to amend a land use code is appropriate when this is really something that should be thoughtfully analyzed by a wide net of contributors to come up with a sensible amendment to the land use code regarding GMQS. So I would simply like to present my feedback to the commissioners for consideration in allowing the Planning and Zoning Commission additional time to work with the community and come up with a more sensible recommendation rather than the ordinance, and the manner in which it was presented to the P&Z, which essentially tied our hands at presenting a more common sense proposal to you. Instead, it kind of came through the back channels, and the only thing we were left with as a possible decision was to either recommend that you deny or recommend that you approve the ordinance. And it really isn't that simple as options A or B. It's more complex, which is why I appreciate you recognizing me and allowing me to further explain, I think, the overall sentiment of the community and myself personally regarding the proposed amendments to the GMQS system. Thank you all for your time today. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Chelsea. Next, we have 9008 phone number.
Steve, it's Jeffrey Wood with no comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Me too.
I
think
3643.
personally proposed amendments to the GMQS system. for your time.
No, she's just somehow backlogged.
She's unmuted, just needs the TV turned down.
Let's see, are there any other members? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
That's Chelsea again, isn't it?
Oh, hi there. So
no.
this is Marcella Larson.
Oh, it's Marcella.
Hi, Marcella.
I'm the moderator of the Maroon Creek Caucus. Hi, I hope you are all safe and well. So I've been watching online, and there's a lag time, as you know. So congratulations on your renewable energy conservation enactment today. I hope you will also move forward to enact the interim GMQS amendments, which will also promote your proclamation that there is actual climate change emergency. I need to ask you all whether or not you've received the Maroon Creek Caucus's April 20 letter and had time to read it. If so, I will limit my comments.
Yes, Marcella, we did receive, I read your comments. I'm not sure about the other. George says yes, he did.
Yeah, I think they were in the packet.
They are in our packet that we got.
I believe so.
Well, no, they weren't in your packet.
No,
We
they're not
actually
in this
submitted
packet.
them later.
Oh, maybe it was I did read it. I think it was on an email that we just
Charlotte
got.
sent them on to us, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
Super. So the bottom line is that we support your GMQS changes. And so I just want to ask you whether or not you have any questions regarding our comments.
I think I'm good. I just appreciate them sending them in.
Yeah, so Patty, say that Marcella, did you hear Patty? She said she,
Yeah, thank you for sending them in, and I appreciate the caucus taking the time to do that.
Okay, so if there are no questions for the caucus, there may be other caucus members on the call who would like to comment, and I'd like to ask you to allow them to do so. Finally, I want to let me say that obviously if you choose not to act today, you will see probably, some rush of applications from those on the development front. You've seen this before, both here in Pickens County and Aspen. So I thank you very much for your consideration and of our comments and service in this difficult time. Thank you. Bye.
okay, thanks for your comments, Marcella. Let's see, looking for 9008. Or that's,
Who was that?
okay,
Oh,
and
that was Jeff, and he didn't have any comments.
and how about the one that said call 1?
That was our
I don't know
first
who that is.
That was Biles, the guy that we talked to first time.
Okay, so it looks like there are, right at the moment, there are no other phone calls on.
So we do have folks from community development. Do we need to go through them for this?
Yeah, there could be other people from community development, and maybe Cindy could kind of direct us on that. Does Suzanne Wolf, do you want to have any comments or?
If anyone else has a comment to make, they can unmute themselves. We'll take a brief pause to wait for that.
Well, I just want to jump in real quick and correct myself. Suzanne informed me that Jeff Woodruff did not support continuing the motion or continuing the item. He was, in fact, the individual that put forth the motion to approve with the amendment to remove the 3-year expiration of the allotment. So, sorry about that, Jeff. I know you're there.
Okay.
I got.
Cindy?
Hi, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'll just jump in on the request that I'm hearing for the public process. I have no doubt that we could pull a public process together for all aspects of growth management. But I do want to point out that the way the process worked for the energy code and the land use code relative to the energy code was that we actually had several years of discussion with the board and the P&Z and came up with what we considered this matrix of issues that we then went out to the public and asked the public to digest and give feedback on. So we had done a lot of prep work prior to that public outreach. I think it worked well, but I think in this case, what I'm hearing the community say is they want to help create, if you will, that same matrix structure and then walk through the process more with the P&Z and the board, rather than the way we did it with the other amendments, which we actually did a lot of homework before we went out and got feedback from the public, which was actually more of a technical nature in many ways, from the construction community, from the solar community, from planners and folks. It was a lot more technical energy kind of information versus more the community impacts of growth management.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Okay, Patty?
Yeah, well, in listening to Chelsea's comments, now I'm really confused. I never thought that we were moving this forward to reevaluate the entire GMQS program. That's always been on our mind, and this was, again, the first steps, knowing that the whole revamping of the program was going to take some time and a lot of community input. So that's where I'm not sure what P&Z wants us to send it back to them for, or give them more time, or they think that, you know, in their next meeting, they're going to revamp the whole program, which is not, I don't think, wasn't my intent in asking this to move forward. So, but that being said, if P&Z wants another view at this, I don't have a problem delaying it, continuing to then. But I also might have some questions legally that I might want to have put on an executive session for next Tuesday's work session.
Okay, Kelly, and then George.
Thanks. Yeah, I've just been jotting some notes down because I think it would be helpful to remember the steps to how we got here. Because if you look back at the end of 2019, we had several GMQS applications that came before, and some of those were possibly not going to move forward. We had protest votes entered. Steve did not get a must have been the beginning of this year. Steve did not get a second on one of the applications. So as a board, we have made indications that we're dissatisfied with the GMQS applications that are coming before us. So when we got together for our retreat in January, this was one of the topics. And we have selected as a board one of our strategic goals to look at growth and to have a broader conversation about growth in our community, both related to intensities of use and GMQS and what's working and what's not. And in the context of that, we also recognize those are long conversations and that there were easier fixes that could help address what we see as shortcomings of the GMQS program without holding the whole thing back. And so, you know, that was what staff was directed to figure out then. We also then, Greg and I were invited to go to the P&Z meeting on March 3rd to really kick off that collaboration of that larger conversation of growth and of reviewing the GMQS program, and talked about these smaller fixes that would be coming ahead, as well as focusing on the broader intent of our strategic goal and the bigger conversation that we want to have. So that happened, and then March 25th, you know, we were presented with this, the first reading of this, about what, you know, I personally look at as a recalibration of the current GMQS program to get us back to its intent as it stands now, as the program is written now, which is to have competition and to get better applications. We haven't been doing that. That was the source of our initial frustration, our protest votes, our failure to pass, you know, our lack of interest in passing some of these through. So I do think that like the stakes start to rise a little bit higher if this program just continues to go forward as it is. I'm not sure I may start issuing my own protest votes because I don't like where we're at it. So, you know, the small fixes that are being offered here helps to sort of strike some of that balance, but this broader conversation has been on the table since our retreat, has been presented to P&Z, is something we've committed to about, you know, looking more holistically at the GMQS program.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. George?
The same points. I find it a little interesting that we've known for quite a while that the GMQS process, the scoring, is not working, has not worked. As Kelly mentioned, there's virtually no competition. There's very limited community benefits, and the scoring has to sort of get pushed to try to get to community benefits. And the goal of GMQS was always to encourage better applications. And what I find really interesting is that the P&Z agreed with that all along as well, that they wanted to see a change in the GMQS process for these same reasons. And that's how that discussion came to us during our board retreat in January, when we talked about how can we do some quick fixes to encourage better applications, knowing that this was just one phase of looking at an overall update of the GMQS TDR program. And that, I believe, will need community involvement. But this was really just a quick fix. And we know what the alternative was, that the board did not want to go in that direction. It's not to be discussed today. But for me, I would move forward and on this second reading. I'd make a motion to approve it, and then continue to look at these other issues that we will be engaging the community on, the larger issues, frankly, than this one. So for point of discussion, just for point of discussion, to see where we're at, I'll make a motion to approve.
Greg?
I wanted to respond to George, I guess.
Second.
Do I have to second it before I can add further comment here? I don't think I have to yet. I was just going to say, I'd like to have the process going forward spelled out to give more certainty to the community and all the people who have weighed in here and who are paying attention. How would this process look? If we approve this today, and we all know that there are bigger fixes ahead and a larger community process, as we say, I'd like to have some certainty or give some certainty to the community so they understand where we're going and maybe put a timeline on it if we can. Maybe Cindy could weigh in on that and what that would take. But I'd be more comfortable approving today if we knew that we were going to be digging in on a certain time frame going forward.
Okay. George made a motion. Is there a second? I'm not seeing a second. Motion fails. Is there another motion? Patty?
Well, and just again, well, George, you want to go? You can go first, George.
I would just like to have, if Cindy can help respond to Greg, I agree with you, Greg, that we want to sort of see what that process would look like to be able to engage the community as we delve deeper into this, what's going to be a much longer, complicated conversation. So I don't know if Cindy, if you could provide some direction or insight.
Sure. First of all, just to respond to some of Kelly's background, we've been doing this, we've been engaging with the P&Z for quite a while on these topic areas. and I don't have the dates in front of me, but I'd say there's been at least 4 or 5 meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission to date where we've talked about growth management, we've talked about the benefits, you know, starting off in that way, looking at the scoring system benefits. We have a survey out to the P&Z to gather all their information about what they think benefits are moving forward. In the background, we've been working on a lot of data to try. We actually gave the P&Z the same presentation or a shortened version of that we gave to the Board of County Commissioners on some of the history of growth management. One of our meetings, that might have been the March 3rd meeting. And then we have started to engage in, you know, where we want to go from here. That's where we are to date. But we are, we know that the public needs to be involved and should be involved. We have a meeting scheduled right now on May 5th with the P&Z to try to look at some of these questions in a little bit more depth. And I think we have a May 19th meeting, joint meeting scheduled with the board and the P&Z, where we had hoped to maybe get some more direction on the table from where to go. But I am happy to relook at all of that planning in light, Greg or anyone, in light of a new outline time process. But I think you're right. I think this is going to take some time, because what it does is it kind of starts to take the layers off the onion about the bigger questions about community growth and where we're going, and our, not only that, but our overall strategies on, you know, our environmental concerns that we believe in. So I think probably this is at least a good 6-month process, and it'll be a little more challenging with our venues today, with our go-to meetings and our Zoom meetings, but I think we can start to get a lot of that out on the table, and I can just back out of some of those meetings maybe and create a new public process. So we're happy to do that, but I think probably it'll be a good 6 months before we can get it back before the board.
Back to me.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Patty?
You know, again, not knowing what P&Z wanted further time to discuss. If it's just the 3 basic items that were being brought forward in this ordinance, and they wanted more time to discuss that, then I'm comfortable with giving them more time, giving them another meeting, bring it back to us either on the 13th or the 27th, I think those are our next meetings in May. But not knowing that, you know, it's just a concern to me. I'm not exactly sure why P&Z, did they want one more meeting to vet the whole process, which we know would have been impossible, or were they more specific as to these 3 items? And can anybody help me with that?
Hey, Patty.
Yeah.
It was Joe Krabacher that made the motion to table or continue the item till May 5th, which they don't really have the option of doing under the land use code, but in making that motion, he articulated a desire to spend more time evaluating the proposed text amendments in front of the P&Z that were presented on April 7th and that are presented to you now.
Okay.
Hadn't had a chance to look at them in depth, although he'd reviewed them. And I do think that if there was an opportunity for the P&Z to provide some additional comments on May 5th, they may be able to drill down on some of their substantive responses. But, you know, I don't know for sure. That was the individual that made the motion that was ultimately supported. That was his sentiment about why he thought the motion was proper and necessary at the time.
Okay, then that provides me clarification, right? Thank you. So I would be more comfortable, and I will make a motion to continue this till the 13th of May, BOCC regular meeting, allowing P&Z to discuss this further at their meeting on May 5th. Cindy, was that? Yeah, and that gives them that time. It also would allow me, if I have questions for the county attorney, time to get those questions answered.
So is that a motion, Patty?
Yes.
Okay, that Patty's move to continue the resolution until May 13th, our next regular meeting. That's after the P&Z meeting on May 5th. Is there a second? I'll second the motion.
Greg had something.
Okay, Patty moved and I seconded it. Is there more discussion? George?
Yeah, I would just ask, if this gets passed, I would just ask staff to really make sure that they got some parameters and bookends on this discussion for the P&Z, so it doesn't get into a much larger, in-depth discussion versus what we're looking at, which is right in front of us, which is pretty simple. 3 different statements.
And George, that's why I asked for clarification as to why they wanted a continuance, P&Z did, and I totally agree with you. It needs to be focused on those, knowing that the next step will be the broader community-wide discussion we'll have on revamping the entire GMQS program.
Okay, Greg or Kelly? Greg?
I was just, I remember someone mentioning in either one of the letters or maybe in this conversation about a pause on applications. Do we need to, would we want to include a pause on any apps in the next 2 or 3 weeks? Would it make a difference?
Greg, I think that's something we need to discuss hopefully at Tuesday's work session with the county attorney.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so there we have it.
Okay. Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, and just to follow up on that comment, you know, given our dissatisfaction with how the system's working, you know, and I think an applicant should be encouraged to come forward with a really good application if they want to see it through, given the circumstances that we have before us now. But I would just like to ask, you know, for the P&Z, I'm supportive of this extra time. I would like some more input on the allotment time. You know, so I would just ask that the P&Z deliberate at that point, if not just the 3 points that we've set forward, because I think I will benefit from additional thought about maybe unintended consequences related to that. And I still would say, you know, I mean, the opportunity for us to just put a moratorium into place, continue this to a broader discussion, continues to exist if P&Z comes back and we can't find common ground.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. So there's a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion?
I just want to add that this continuance also continues the public comment period until
Yes.
the 13th of May.
Yes, so I would urge, this gives basically 3 more weeks for the planners and land use attorneys and general public who wish to comment, a little bit more time to submit more comments. And they also may do all comments on May 13th. So, Greg?
I just wanted to say, I think George addressed it earlier, so I'll be brief, that the teleconferencing, the way we're having to do this now, I'm going to call this the new normal. So if you need to get in a position to make a public comment where you can get online and have good broadband, a clear telephone line, we're going to do our best to improve the technology so that this can work smoothly. But this is how it's going to go for the foreseeable future, several months at least. So let's not let this teleconferencing technical issue get in the way of doing the business of the county. I think we've improved dramatically in the last few meetings, and we'll continue to do so. And if the public will play along with us, we can still get the work of the county done. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you, Greg. A month ago, I never would have thought I could be so adept at doing Zoom and Google Hangout kind of meetings. And actually, you get more FaceTime. You're seeing the people on really much more closely and listen. I think listening a little more carefully.
I actually think it's too much face time.
Too much FaceTime. So, and the public can adapt to that too. I totally agree with you, Greg. Kelly?
You know, I appreciate the successes we've had here, but I do just want to be sensitive to the fact that people's lives are not the same. Their work productivity levels are very different from what they've been. You know, trying to juggle work with kids at home, trying to school your kids at home, two parents working from home, it is tough. So I actually really do think that there is, you know, some credence to people saying that it's harder to do this type of good public process from the advocate's perspective because it's just harder with so many other things going on.
Okay, point well taken, Kelly.
Can we call the question so we can?
Yeah, Patty has called the question, so.
I asked you to call it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion, the issue's continued until May 13th. Let's do a 5-minute break and then we're going to take up the Oxenberg's application. Thank you. just gonna have to phone in again. There he is. There's Greg. Okay, we're ready, Grassroots? Okay, welcome back, everybody. This last item on our agenda is the Oxenberg subdivision. There are 2 points of it, an ordinance rezoning the property to a PUD overlay, and the second is a conceptual subdivision plan, PUD activity envelope and special review for caretaker dwelling unit. So Leslie Lamont is carrying this one, and Leslie is on the screen. So Leslie, take it away.
Hi, how are you guys? Okay, so I'm Leslie Lamont, a caseload planner in the Community Development Department.
Leslie, could you speak up a little bit?
Hang on. The audio might be better this way.
Yeah, it is.
That's better.
Is it better?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so the item before you is a request for a subdivision conceptual review, rezoning to planned unit development. Can you guys see my screen?
No, we see elephants can't wait.
We can see your internet browser with Windows Spotlight quiz. We don't see a presentation.
What? You're not getting, you can't see the presentation?
Oh,
Not at the moment. We're
Stop your sharing and let you start again. You'll have
Okay.
to select that screen.
This is why these meetings make me crazy.
So do I hit I thought I hit the green share button down below.
Correct.
Screen 2. And hit share. Okay, hang on.
there.
Abby?
Yes, we got it now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so this is a subdivision conceptual review, zoning to plan unit development, activity envelope review, and special review for caretaker dwelling unit. And I'm going to give you an overview of the review process and outline the development proposal. And Grafton Smith, the applicant's representative, is going to give you a closer view of the property and the ideas behind the land planning of their subdivision. And then Bobby Oxenberg is also on the line, and he's the owner of the property, he and Maureen McCluskey, and he will offer some closing remarks. I've also been in communication with 2 adjacent property owners. Marty Schlumberger and Linda Wag own this property here. And I believe you got some comments from them. They are in Arizona. I don't know if they're able to be on the line. And then Paul Theophanis owns this property right here. And he hopefully will be on the line. If he's not on the line, he wants me to make sure that you, the board, received his 2 emails regarding this application. And if you did not, then I can read them for you at the appropriate time. Public notice for the public hearing. Public notice has been provided to staff confirming that public notice happened. I want to just orient you a little bit with this proposal. So this area here in gray is the Oxenberg McCluskey property. And it's almost 39 acres in land. And these 2 properties on this side, actually this property, and these 2 properties are owned by the same entity. These are each 13 acres, and they were divided in 2006. This is a 14-acre property, and this is a 10-acre property. This is Marty Schlumberger's property here, and it was divided in 1992, I think, right around there. And this is 26 acres, and this down here is 12 acres, and this is where Marty's house and accessory buildings are. And this is Mr. Theophanis' property, and it is 10 acres. And there is a single-family home there. And then this property down in here, all the way down to the river, probably over to the highway, is the former Chuck Cherrick property that was purchased by Pickens County Open Space and Trails. So the applicant recently completed a growth management competition, and they received 15,250 square feet to be divided between 2 new lots and 1 caretaker dwelling unit. The P&Z scored the application 23 points, and the threshold is 22. The BOCC awarded the allotment in February of this year. The subdivision rezoning activity envelope review and special review, which is now before you, is a 4-step process. They submitted a conceptual subdivision application, which went to the P&Z and is now before you. Then they'll submit a detailed application, detailed final subdivision application, which will go again to the P&Z and then go before all of you. So on March 3rd, the P&Z reviewed this application and made a recommendation of approval to the BOCC. Now to get into a little bit more of exactly what the proposal is. So this is the Oxford McCluskey property. Highway 82 is right here. And there's Highway 82 right there. This is a public piece of land that kind of protrudes into this area. Then there's the Roaring Fork River. There is a ditch along here. Then the Rio Grande Trail rafter right-of-way. Then Lower River Road. And then up here is the Ellie Cerise irrigation ditch. So the property is currently developed with 1 single-family home, a garage, a caretaker dwelling unit, and a couple other outbuildings, like there's a loafing shed and another small kind of storage shed. The applicant proposes to subdivide the property, creating parcel 1, which surrounds the existing development, and then creating parcel 2 with an established activity envelope and driveway, and then creating parcel 3 right here. Because of GMQS, the applicant is committed to, this is how the GMQS allotment is being split on the property. 8,500 square feet here, a common barn with the 1,000 square foot caretaker dwelling unit. The barn square footage is exempt ag square footage. And then 5,750 square feet of floor area here on this property. And because of the GMQS process, the applicant has committed that when you take the 15,250 and you add them and you look at the maximum floor area that could occur on this property, they're actually reducing the maximum amount of floor area by 50% on the property. They're also, because of the GMQS competition, they are committing to construct at least 20% of the floor area below grade. And they've also committed that the maximum height that they would build by way of how Pickens County calculates height would be 15% below the allowable height limit. So right now the allowable height limit is 28 feet, and they will build to 23.8. So in addition, the applicant is proposing 2 conserved wildlife areas. One up here, this is a kind of hayed meadow area. It's all above the ditch, and then it's a hillside. They're proposing conservation area here, and they're proposing a conservation area along a portion of the property. And they're proposing to make this a common area for use of the homeowners of this planned unit development. This activity envelope here is a proposed dry hydrant and a pond. So they're also proposing they've agreed to a fisherman's easement along the river, and they have proposed to dedicate an easement right here. The Rio Grande Trail pops out of the Rio Grande right-of-way. It was constructed outside of the right-of-way and is on the Oxenberg property. And so they are proposing an easement for this portion of the trail that bumps out and is on his property. So like I said, there's a conservation easement that is proposed to be placed on the entire property, and then the activity envelopes will be carved out of the conservation easement. And this is something that Open Space and Trails wanted because they felt that it gave them more ability to monitor the conserved land. And the applicant has agreed to that. So I just put this slide up because it shows you the importance of the fishing easement. So prior to this subdivision in GMQS, the county has fishing easement here and here, from here all the way down to the Oxenberg property. County has fishing easements then as you flow down the river. So this, for the Open Space and Trails Board, this is a really critical link for them. And then this slide just kind of gives you kind of in numbers and data what's being conserved. So the entire property is little over 39 acres. The activity envelope for parcel 1, well, the parcel 1 is 3.2. The activity envelope is 1.6 acres. Parcel 2, which is up on the hillside, is 3.7, 1.1 acres for activity envelope. Parcel 3, we have asked them to make the activity envelope at least an acre, which gives us enough room to locate the septic system and the well and everything. And then the barn and CDU activity envelope is 0.6. So total developed property is 11% or 4.3 acres. And then this is what's being conserved. 34% in wildlife conservation area, 35% in the ag land pasture area. And then this miscellaneous is bits and pieces of land that are like under Highway 82, Rio Grande, right-of-way, under Lower River Road, and driveway, things like that. So approximately 79% of the property is being conserved. So, Andrew, I have another presentation. I need to close this screen, right?
Yep. So we can still see your screen. We should be able to see you as you close out of this and bring it up. I'll let you know if we lose you.
I'm just losing, I just don't have, okay, so we're waiting for that to close. So the applicant is also proposing rezoning the property to PUD development, planned unit development, and to create the common areas, creating the wildlife conservation and the ag pasture areas and the one common barn with the caretaker dwelling unit. Planned unit rezoning in our land use code allows the development of only one barn on the property. And PUD rezoning enables the creation of common areas to be shared by all residents of the PUD. And a clustering of development on reduced lot size for the residential lots. So, parcel 1, the underlying zoning of this property is AR10, which means minimum 10 acres per parcel. But the PUD and you're creating the large common areas, PUD allows you to then reduce the size of your residential parcels. So parcel 1 is proposed at 3.3 acres, parcel 2 is at 3.7 acres, and parcel 3 is proposed at 1 acre. So the applicant is also proposing the activity envelopes that I pointed out on the map for this subdivision and special review for the caretaker dwelling unit. Specific site plan review will be required for parcels 3 and 2, but that is typically an administrative level review, and that will come in when someone is ready to build. So staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission are recommending approval to the board, BOCC, finding that the subdivision, conceptual submission, and PUD zoning are consistent with the applicable provisions of the Pickens County Land Use Code and the 2016 Woody Creek Master Plan. The proposal conforms to the underlying AR10 zoning, will not cause significant adverse impacts to adjacent properties, and the subdivision and PUD can be served by various public facilities. The P&Z found that the subdivision PUD complies with the land use policies in section 1-60 of the code and meets the review criteria of the PUD and subdivision sections of the code. The P&Z also found that the activity envelopes are consistent with applicable provisions of our code, particularly section 7, and the proposed caretaker dwelling unit meets the applicable provisions of the code. All with conditions as outlined in the P&Z resolution in your packet. And so in your packet, there's a resolution for the county commissioners approving the Oxenberg subdivision conceptual submission, plan unit development, activity envelope, and special review for a caretaker unit. And then there's also an ordinance in your packet for rezoning the Oxenberg property to plan unit development. Now, how would you guys like, when we get to public comment, we can make sure that our neighbors are on the line, right?
So can you tell, Andrew, who's on the line right now?
Well, but we still have a presentation by Grafton.
Grafton was going to present.
Grafton's on.
Well, Grafton needs to do his presentation.
Well, I've got some questions for Leslie, Steve.
Oh, yeah. I can't see you, George. I'm sorry. Go ahead, George.
I've got a couple. Usually staff gets some questions to answer. Leslie, two questions. One is, so this property is separated. It's on both sides of the Little River Road, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't that normally automatically provide the property to be subdivided if it's separated by a public road?
Not automatically.
Not automatically. It has been deemed that the road and the Rio Grande Trail did not divide this property. And I believe, from my understanding of all these properties on in Lower River Road, it all depends upon how the deeds were conveyed and originally proposed, whether the road subdivides the property or the Rio Grande right-of-way subdivides the property.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, you started your presentation with the approval from Open Space and Trails, because I looked at their comments, because you said that they're happy with this now because the entire property is going to be under conservation, and then you're just going to pull aside the development. So my question, if that's correct, my question is, why aren't we just looking at this as a conservation PUD versus a PUD?
Well, the conservation easement over the entire property we kind of came to that solution as we were reviewing the application that was submitted. And as the applicant, so the original application, this is a different application than was submitted as just as far as placement of the activity envelopes. So the application, once it was submitted, went through several iterations, and it was right before we were scoring for a growth management competition, and we were trying to pin down the conditions of approval that Open Space and Trails floated the idea that we should do a conservation easement over the entire property. And I can get a better explanation for you from Paul Wolfinger, and why this is better for the property or not.
Right, but it seems like, as you know, the last several years, as we've been being able to utilize that concept of a conservation PUD, that this would fall right into that. It would ensure that the land is in conservation for perpetuity, but it allows certain development rights in particular areas. So it seems
like you did for Barrett Door or the Bear Ranch.
Right. I'm just why.
George, can I jump in? Sorry.
Yeah, Suzanne wants to weigh in right here. You can't see her.
Sorry, George, I think I can help with your question. The Conservation Development PUD, or say the Open Space Master Plan provisions under the code, require a larger acreage than this has. At 39 acres, you're not eligible for either of those provisions of the code. So again, this was proposed as a PUD. In this case, right, through this process, the applicant has agreed to the conservation easement, but right, it's not eligible for those other processes.
Oh, great. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
So, more questions for Leslie? I do have a couple. Don't see any from the others. Leslie, what's the square footage per house that's allowed in the zone district there or in that neighborhood?
Well, so this is a subdivision, and if this property were not being subdivided, it would be 5750, and then one could, through growth management or TDRs, go up to 15,000. Right, Suzanne?
Correct.
Yeah.
What's the existing house?
So 15,000 would be the maximum given, it's not 8,250 or some other number. It's 15,000 would be the potential a house could go to. Another question, are there any conditions from the Aspen River Valley Ranch tract subdivision that specify how many houses, what size of houses, how big the lots need to be, anything like that?
No. No, this was a subdivision that was not a BOCC approved subdivision. There's very little documentation other than old plats.
Okay. Any more questions? I don't see any more. Okay, Kelly has a question or comment.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have more, but sort of simple questions. Can you talk about three things? How this relates to our requirements in the code for preservation of historical ag lands, the setbacks to the river, and then also, is the fishing easement applicable to both sides of the river?
Did this new map come up on the screen?
Not yet.
Yes. Oh.
Now it is.
So, does it say Oxenberg Conceptual PUD Subdivision at the top? Okay. I'm going to go to answer your about the fishing easement. Sorry, Grafton.
It's quite all right.
So let me answer that question first, Kelly, if that's okay. So this is the existing proper residence, the Oxenberg residence, and there's an island here in the river. And the Open Space and Trails Board, in conversations with the property owners, right now this house that was built in the early 90s, maybe even earlier, sits right on top of the cliff here. And so Open Space and Trails and the Oxenbergs have agreed for this fisherman's easement on this side of the property. This area down in here is the wildlife conservation area. This is a very steep cliff bank here. So here's the parking lot here that fishermen use to access down to the river, and they come down on this side of the river. And this then connects up to here and up to here. It is not on both sides of the river. And with regard to preservation, and I'll let Grafton show his photos to you about it, but one of the goals in the code is to preserve historically irrigated ag land. Right now, the irrigation on this property is flood irrigation, and the applicant has committed to converting the irrigation to sprinkler irrigation, which is far more efficient and effective. And then, like I pointed out in the first map, all of this right here is being preserved as ag land. And it's about 35% of the property. There's a meadow up in here above the LA3 stitch. But that is connected with the wildlife conservation area now and won't be ag. But all this here, about 35%, will be ag. And you had a third question. Did you?
Setbacks from the river.
Oh, so right now setbacks, the code requires 100-foot setback from the river. This parcel 2 up here is more than 100 feet from the river, well more than 100 feet. The existing house is, like I said, on top of the cliff with a deck perched over the river. But the applicant has committed that if this property is redeveloped, then they will push the redevelopment back 50 feet from the top of the cliff. Right now, our code would not require them to do that. Our code would allow an expansion of the property up to 300 square feet because it's a legal non-conforming structure. So when and if the property is redeveloped, it will be pushed back 50 feet from the top of the cliff. It's kind of tight right in here because of the Rio Grande Trail right away.
Okay, further questions for Leslie? Okay, Leslie, do you have more on your presentation?
No, I don't.
Okay, Grafton, then you can do your presentation. Try to be as concise as you can. We are all getting tired.
Well, I understand that, and I appreciate, first of all, Grafton Smith for the applicant, Robert Oxenberg, and I always enjoy following Leslie. She really makes me pay attention so that I don't, because she covers so much ground, she does such a great job. She really doesn't leave a lot for me to do, so let me just go through it fairly quickly. This slide right here, what I wanted to show here is how the proposed development is clustered with existing. is that if my finger doesn't point too well on the screen here, but the residence on parcel 2, which is the new one, is basically the same level and the same distance away from Lower River Road as all the other development in that area. You can just see the valley there. You can see how they're all removed from Lower River Road, which preserves the openness and the pastoral elements that people enjoy when they use Lower River Road. The other thing was that on parcel 3 is that the second house is down in there. It's clustered with the existing residence. It's also isolated from Lower River Road and the bike path by a substantial forest of cottonwood stands, and so it's relatively invisible from Lower River Road and from the bike path, and because of this, you're not even really see it from 82 because it's it's below the highway. The highway's so elevated in that area. So let's see. You want to go to the next one? Okay. This slide is basically all of Aspen River Valley Ranches, and its purpose really is to show that almost, with the exception of the Pitkin County parcel and the Oxenberg parcel, every other parcel has been subdivided along the river here. And many are subdivided into 3 and 4 parcels. The only difference that, if with the Oxenberg parcel, is that 97% of this parcel is below 45%. It's really the first and best parcel for subdivision because it doesn't, it's not encumbered by the slope density requirements that the earlier, the numbers start on the left and work on the right and start work to the left. So parcels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, they lose a lot of their developability because so much of it lies on the other side of Highway 82. And on those steep hillsides, a feature that doesn't occur here. So there has been some pushback in that, we're subdividing into 3 lots, we're keeping them small, but almost everybody else is divided into 3 or 4. They just don't have the flat land to make it really work for them. So let's see the next one. And then you've seen this one. This is the one that Leslie worked off earlier. You can go to the next one. Unless you have some questions for it. Oh, Leslie, you can go back. Just notice, if you can't see it down here, but the percentages slope are 0 to, so 77% of the lot is below 15%. Another 10% is below. So 88% of the parcel is below 30%. So it's a relatively flat and eminently developable piece of property. Okay. So this slide here is standing at the foot of the, and what I heard from in the earlier discussions with regards to the GMQS, and this is really the focus of my slide presentation, is to show what is the county getting from this GMQS process. And I think they're getting a lot. And this is the view of the river. The fishing easement would be on the other side of the river. And this is right at the base of the River Wildlife Conservation Area. Okay, next to left. This is obviously looking upriver. In that same position, if you turn to your left, this is it's a little valley in here that, and the conservation area goes from the top of the slope on the left all the way through the trees and then down through the aspen trees on the right. It's actually quite a large piece. It's 7 plus acres or so. And that fence line back there is about 250 feet from the river. So this spot is eminently buildable. But in deference to wildlife conservation, we've decided to keep this preserved forever. And then this is that same area, only looking, you can see it goes up to this ridge line. This is looking back almost towards the river again. It just shows how open and how how valuable this is for wildlife conservation. This one is to the right. You can see this is the area of the Rio Grande Trail. If anybody rides it, they know where it is because it's up and whoop-de-doo down to the trees. and it crosses right where that white sign is where the last chance ditch goes under the bike path. And this is the area that is going to be, an easement is going to be granted to the county for, or actually open space, to alleviate this encroachment. And then this is the intersection between the existing driveway up the parcel and Lower River Road. While the original design had the pond on the left side of this photograph, a dry hydrant attached to a pond, which is going to be kept full year-round by a dedicated well and aerated so that it doesn't freeze over. With the redesign of the development, that pond may wind up being on this other side, but the basic parameters will stay the same. And then we've been in conversations with the Salt Fire as to the exact parameters, and when it comes time to build this, we'll obviously bring them on board and design to their input. Okay.
I just want to point out, look back over here, this is the existing development on the property over here, across Lower River Road, at the top of the cliff.
And then this is the actually you can see Paul Theophanos' house in the background back there. This is about a 13-acre piece of ground that is going to be preserved for maybe 7 acres, but this field will not be developed. It's going to be preserved as an agricultural pasture land, and other than that, no development will take place on it. It's going to be preserved. And so one of our original plans was to have a house and a barn out in the middle of that, but in deference to input from Open Space and Trails and the planning office, we've moved the house that would have been there to the other side of the road, hidden in behind the cottonwood trees. And then you can see that lot. In fact, you can see Marty's sprinklers going on in the background. But that parcel there on the other side of the fence, that's that same parcel. The Theophano house is just to the left. Just to the left here, but that big parcel. And then this, other than realigning the driveway to come more along the fence line, everything in this photograph will be preserved as far as pasture ag land. The driveway would move over a little bit to get it out of the middle of the pasture. And you can just see the tail end of the flood irrigation. This is about as far down the hill as the flood irrigation gets. So when we convert over to sprinkler, it'll dramatically increase the amount of irrigated pasture on the property. I think to the tune of 10,000% or something, or 1,000%, something like that. I'm seeing a question.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah, this is Kelly. About this part of the PUD, who's responsible for maintaining the ag on this common area parcel, and how does that work? Does this conservation easement allow for commercial ag? Could you lease it out to someone who wants to grow vegetables? What does that look like?
My understanding is that the PUD is going to be managed by the conservation easements is to the benefit of open space and trails, and as long as it's agricultural in nature, as things change, maybe at some point in the future it'll be important to plant potatoes on this ground, or sometime. Although there's no plan on that, but I mean it's to be kept for agricultural uses far into the future, and however that changes. And if it winds up being a hayed field, that, it will be, because the conservation easement is going to be managed by Open Space and Trails, and they do a yearly, I'm saying, if I speak myself, because I haven't had a lot of experience with Open Space and Trails in this regard, my understanding is that they get to enforce the conservation easement, so anything that goes on this property has to occur with their approval.
Okay, Patty has a question.
Kelly,
am I correct in that?
I'll let Suzanne answer that, then I want to tag on to Kelly's question. Conservation easement would be managed and oversight would be Open Space and Trails.
That's my understanding at this time.
Okay, so I want to tag on to Kelly's question because, Grafton, I'm sure you're aware, and I'm sure Bob and Maureen are aware, that Pickens County Open Space and Trails have been using a lot of our lands for sustainable agriculture, sustainable farming. This is in line with Lazy Glen and, along the Lower River Road. So as part of the conservation easement, I would hope that we can promote the use for sustainable ag purposes, but that leads to the question of the barn is, my understanding is only allowed for use by the owners of the properties. I read that in there, is that correct?
That's correct. It was early on in the process, it was planning office really made a limitation of no, or expressed an interest in no commercial use of the property, no commercial use of the barn.
Right.
So, you can't board other people's horses and that sort of thing.
Right.
So it really is to run as an asset to the property and not to be used you could use it for, I guess the commercial is a difficult word, is that the idea is you're not going to use it to board other people's horses.
Okay, then
it really is to benefit the people who own the land.
Right. My question then is, if Pickens County Open Space and Trails was to lease part of that land for, say, sustainable farming, I would like to see that they could use the barn as part of that use. It wouldn't be used by anybody in the community, be used by the leasees of those agricultural opportunities. So that would be something we can bring into the conservation easement language itself.
That's where I was going to go. So just put that in the language. And actually, because we're in conceptual, is that if that is of that, if that interest, then we're perfectly willing to see something along those lines be a condition of approval.
Well, yeah, that would be important to me to take into consideration.
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, never even thought along those lines, so thank you for your input.
May I just add on to that, Steve?
Yes, I was thinking. Now, first of all, Grafton, did you have more of your presentation? Or
yeah, we're pretty much halfway through. I can go on.
But I think, Bobby and Maureen could weigh in also as if they have something to add right now. They're presenters also. So, is that Maureen?
This is Bob. And hi everybody. I'm sorry. I've been watching. I just didn't know when I should say anything. My thing is the whole concept here is to leave those fields there in perpetuity. We have a half an acre foot from this ditch, and we dedicated to keep that water for ag in perpetuity. We're not selling it when we aren't allowed to. That's part of our agreement, and we also have the water in the lower ditch. I can answer questions. I thought maybe if Grafton can kind of finish up quickly, then we could just leave one picture on, and my thing will take 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll be all done. All I wanted to do today, really, I'll answer any questions that you have, is my neighbor Paul, up on the left-hand side, you can't see his house, at the top of that fence line that has the red gates, Marty's property goes about 80 feet up to Paul's house. So we own the road, Marty owns the next 80 feet, and then Paul's up there. And we tried to always keep in mind it would be nice. Okay, actually, I will say a couple of things here, and I'm sorry. That far field on the other side of the red fence, that would have been the best place economically for us to have built a house and a barn and a caretaker unit, about 300 feet down from Marty's land and just in front of Paul's land. But Marty has a building envelope directly on his property, right from where the arrow was. So, not to get in his way, not to get in Marty's way, and not to get in the Paul's way, which would mean the house and the barn would be right in front of his house, we decided to cluster it down by us. Now, we could have sold it, the building lot up here, for a lot more money, but we were trying to be nice to our neighbors, and even though our neighbors don't seem to take that into account. But anyway, Graf, do you want to finish up, and then I'm just going to go over a couple of points from Paul's letter to the commissioners, and then we'll be done.
Yeah, and then just basically to say is that the view you see here will stay the same, with the exception of the driveway, probably relocated, because the barn takes place behind the photographer here.
Okay, yeah, but the driveway you're talking about is the one coming in our direction.
The one on the grass.
Towards the barn.
Yeah,
not the driveway going up
the driveway you see on the grass.
Right.
Relocated over against the fence line to get out of the middle of the pasture.
Right.
Okay, let's go. Okay, this is just simple. This is the lower, the one on the left is the Last Chance, and then the El Cerise is the one on the right, and that will be binding almost 700,000 acres of water, gallons of water per day will be bound to the property. So we've got plenty of water. Okay. Now this is the upper pasture that's above the El Cerise ditch. It will be, it again would have been a great building site, but we've forgone that and made it part of the hillside preservation area. Okay, next one, Leslie. This is the same thing looking back the other way. You can see Bob out in his field. The little green stripe along the lower left up there is the El Cerise ditch. So this upper pasture is quite a piece of ground, and it again is going to be in the conservation area. Well, the wildlife conservation area, and it's really, we haven't quite figured that out with open space whether we'll irrigate this or not. But if possible, it would really be a great grazing area for wildlife if we were to irrigate this. Okay, and then this is what the current flood irrigation looks like. The next one, and this is the irrigation over on Marty's ground. You can see the difference in the amount of ground cover. Okay, and then part of our application is we're going to remove all of the old wire fences from the entire property, not just in our development areas, but over the entire parcel. And Bob actually has gone a long way to start that process already. I think he's got a majority of it down. Okay, Leslie. And this is the final one. So that's basically the presentation. This one you've seen before, and it's just to show the relationship between the fishing easement, how valuable it is, and one thing open space always seems to stress is that public parking area. It's the proximity of this easement. Is it links the existing fishing easements below, downstream and upstream. It really was the missing link in this entire stretch of the river, and it's doubly valuable because it's so close to this public parking area. People can access this piece quite readily because it's one of the few places on Highway 82 you can pull off and actually walk down to the river. And there's an existing trail that crosses this entire parcel already. I mean, the entire easement. So.
So Grafton.
I'm just make myself available for questions.
Grafton, on this slide, well, it's up. The state land board land actually has the triangle of land that goes across the river right through the middle of that green fishing easement. So not all of that, part of it's already public land and would not be being given as part of the fishing easement, I don't believe.
Well, you're correct in that, but just in my Photoshop skills, I was trying to figure out how to make that little triangle work. So I was wondering, I was going to say, I wonder if anybody noticed that I missed that little triangle, but apparently
I noticed it on the other slide.
Yeah, there's the corner. And it's actually CDOT. I think CDOT owns that. Yes, that's that little corner there.
Okay, let's let Bob
Okay,
finish.
yeah. But
So
the
everything other
fishing,
than
the
that
fishing easement given as part of the application would be on either side of that triangle, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, Grafton, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, and
Basically,
I'm happy to field
we'll
whatever
have
questions
a
you
lot of
have.
questions. And Bob, do you have anything else you want to add?
And some of them are kind of important. When we're all done and you take public comments, I have a feeling that Marty may come out and say he may be against me giving the fisherman easement, but I'll let him speak for himself. But I just wanted to point out that
Or lose
property on his property in order to get his subdivision across the way, because he's already subdivided his property too back in the 90s. But my other points were kind of important, and I'll go through them really quickly, and then you can ask questions. I think Leslie was going to either read, if Paul's not on the line, a neighbor, then he sent in a letter last Wednesday and one this last Monday. And I just wanted to go over this kind of quickly. And Maureen and I have been working on this for over 2 years, and the counties have their submission for over a year and a half. In the summer of 2018, I talked to Paul. We were in the fields, and I kind of told him, I'm going to do a barn, I'm going to do a house, and kind of pointed out where we were thinking of doing it. And at that point, it really was on that field right in front of his house. And then in September of 2018, I sent him a text asking, what his thoughts were. And then in June, when our plans were much further along and already submitted to the county, so of June of 2019, I said, please give me your input because I can still change things and let me know what you're thinking. So he didn't give me any input, and up until we waved to each other over the year because he lives back in New York, New Jersey, but he's out here, when he's out here, we always wave, and I always wave. And we didn't even think that he could possibly have anything against this, because had he told me he has any concerns, I would have changed my plans. But since I didn't hear from him, we decided to not put a house in front of his house, to make it always a irrigated field, not to put the barn, not to put the caretaker's unit, which is what we were thinking of doing. Open space like that idea of keeping both of those fields, which is almost like 20 acres of fields always open. And so but then a couple of other things that he's going to say, and I'm almost done, I really am. But in Paul's letter to you last Wednesday, so that's the first I heard that he was even upset about this, and he's really upset about this. But he doesn't understand. Number one, he thought I was doing a commercial enterprise. He thought I was doing lodging. He thought my road, which goes on my property up to Marty's property, that's my road, our property. Paul has an easement over that property. That's fine. But we're not doing anything commercial. He thought we were going to make parking lots. He said we were going to do lodging. He says it was going to be unsafe because of that road become a highway, and it's anything but that. There's one house up there and a barn for the three owners, and the fields are open. And he really just didn't understand. But he came out and he said all these things that just aren't true in his letters. And I sent a letter to you all. So after he says whatever he's going to say, or after Leslie reads the 2 letters to you or whatever else, just to make this faster, I sent you a response to his 2 letters that he did in the last 6 days. And I sent them to you this morning. And I'm sorry it took so long, but he was wrong in almost every assumption that he made there. And I have nothing against Paul. He just didn't understand. He doesn't understand. He told me he would contact me last week, by the end of last week, so I can explain what we're doing. and he never called, so I'm still waiting for his call. And as far as Marty's concerned, he was going to build a house just to the east of where that, right in front of Paul's house, and it would have been really not nice for that either. We really took that into consideration when we made our plans. It's not like we went out to hurt anybody. But anyway, that's pretty much it. But if you get a chance, it's just a 2-page response to Paul's. He gets 100% inaccurate in what he presented to you. That you in the contract now, and so I can stop talking because you all are tired. But if you have any questions for Grafton or myself, we're here.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And Greg, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob and Grafton and Leslie for the presentation. I did have a question. I was thinking about the bicycle trail, the bike path, where it makes that loop around and leaves the railway alignment. If you could elaborate a little bit on that. And there was a nice photograph looking up valley where you could really see that little alteration. You showed us a photo looking up valley, maybe from a...
Yeah, down, Leslie, down more, right there, double click on that. That's actually looking down valley.
There's that one, there's another one also where you can kind of see it in maybe one of the maps or one of the plans where you can look down.
Oh.
But anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Is that appropriate for that right-of-way to go to the open space, or would it go to RAFTA, for instance? I'm just wondering, explain me the relationship with the railroad RAFTA right-of-way through there. I don't understand that.
Actually, I'll just jump in there. It's my understanding that in 2020, Open Space and Trails takes over part of this, and Bob is much better at this than I am. But my discussions have always been with Open Space and Trails because it's their trail.
Okay, Grafton, I think I'm not mistaken. RAFTA made a deal with Open Space and Trails, and I think it's December of 21, but it could be 20. I'm sorry. Anyway, so at what time that the Open Space and Trails would get their bicycle path?
They take ownership.
Okay, Kelly? Leslie, did you want to add to that, Leslie?
I was just going to say, with regard to this portion of the trail that is outside of the right-of-way, because Bob is offering to give an easement, it's the Open Space and Trails. We've been working with Open Space and Trails on that, not RAFTA, because it's not moving, it's staying. It's outside of the right-of-way.
Okay, so the easement would go to Open Space and Trails or to RAFTA?
Open Space and Trails.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's Open Space and Trails, but we'll confirm that and pin that down. But our negotiations have been with Open Space and Trails.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelly.
Let me just say one thing. This is a very important piece of real estate because currently it's an encroachment, and there really isn't any public right to utilize that piece of road, maybe by prescriptive or whatever it is. So I think it's important that we get this cleaned up, and Bob's offering to do that.
Okay, and just to note in the packet, Open Space and Trails said they would prefer that they be paid like $90,000 to actually straighten the trail and keep it on the RAFTA right-of-way. But another option was to do the easement, and so I think that's the easement is the option that the Oxenbergs have chosen.
Well, actually, in actuality, I asked Gary Tannenbaum. I said, between the two, if I only wanted to do one, which would you prefer? And he said the most important thing, for as far as they were concerned, was the fisherman easement. So we just threw this one in gratis, pretty much, because he would have been perfectly happy with, according to what my email from him, was with just the fisherman's easement, because that made a big difference for him.
To follow up on that, if somewhere down the road we want to use the railway, go back to the railway easement, we could. I mean, Open Space could in the future. If they wanted to straighten out that kink in the trail for any reason, that's still open to them, right?
I don't know.
What do you say here? It's hard for me to perceive what the future is, so I don't, all I'm made to hear is that they've been trespassing on our property, and I've given them this easement. That's all that.
Right.
I don't know what to say in the future. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, sorry, Bob, you're breaking up, but I think I caught the gist.
Okay, yeah, Bob, yours is breaking up a lot, and maybe we should have Grafton answer the questions. His was coming in loud and clear. And Greg, did you have anything else? Okay, let's go to Kelly.
Thank you. I still need some clarification on the basics. So I'm not clear about what's happening on parcel 3 or where the 2 CDUs are proposed to be.
Well, there's only one CDU proposed, and it's proposed to be built in association with the barn. There used to be in the code, there used to be a provision for a ranch manager's cabin. And in lieu of that, we've asked for, even though we've asked for 2 new parcels, we're only asking for 1 caretaker dwelling unit. And the idea that it would be built in and associated with the barn and be utilized as a ranch manager's cabin. And we've not asked for a CDU for parcel 3, even though we could ask for that.
What's happening on parcel 3 exactly? I'm just unclear of what the activity is.
Parcel 3 is the area that is going to be utilized for a smaller house.
Okay. What is the setbacks for that from the river?
It'll be 100 feet, but it's 250, 300 feet away from the river.
Okay.
In fact, in our GMQS, there's an option to, we probably didn't get credit for it because we were doing there were so many other things we're offering as well, is that we made a commitment to respect 150-foot setback from the river for that residence. So, and it's easily met because the river is so far away.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else, Kelly?
On this map, it's a little deceptive because the wide area, the wildlife, you might think that that's river, but that's actually dry ground in that area down in there. It's deceptive on this map in that it looks like river, but it's actually dry ground.
Thank you.
So Grafton, on that, what you say is dry ground. Did that used to be irrigated by the last chance ditch? Because if you have some water right out of that.
My understanding is that whatever irrigation that was being done through flood was really minimal. And I'll let Bob speak to it, but I think a little bit of flood irrigation was up on this plateau, but that lower conservation area down there was not irrigated.
Okay. Kelly?
All right, I have more questions about the CDU, maybe for Leslie. How does that, I'm starting to perceive this area now as sort of a 4th area of development on this 39-acre parcel. And so how does that work with the CDU being that disconnected from the main houses under the code?
Well, first and foremost, the 1,000 square feet for the CDU is coming out of their growth management allotment. And there is a CDU as part of parcel 1. It was originally an EDU years ago. The deed restriction was removed and it's a CDU. So they're proposing the second CDU up here, just as Grafton said, as a ranch manager's quarters. And, just to know, so as part of the PUD, when they're done with the PUD, they craft a PUD agreement, and the PUD agreement talks about the common areas and the things that are common to the PUD. And we also have the conservation easement on the land. So there's going to be several documents that are going to outline, how the management of this like mini HOA is going to work with the PUD agreement, which will also include our conditions of approval that we want on the property. And then you have your conservation easement that's going to really drive how the land will be managed. So that's how all these kind of disparate pieces should fold together and integrate together, so the property is works as one unit with 3 separate residential units, basically.
Well, 4 separate residential units.
Well, really, but CDUs are not sold or condominiumized. They have the various conditions of approval to be a certain size. They have to have a deed restriction on them. They cannot be rented short term. They don't have to be rented, but they cannot be rented short term, for example.
Okay. Thanks.
And the thing I was going to say about the barn is the code also, when you do a PUD and you do a barn, the code also states, which is probably where you read this, that it must be for agricultural, non-commercial purposes. And what was important in that, and why I wanted to convey that in the memo, is the Woody Creek Master Plan and the Woody Creek Caucus is very critical about party barns. And that was kind of my thinking of the commercial bent of the barn.
I do have concerns with that language, though, if this is something that we'd want to encourage for our ag lease program, how commercial ag lease would be able to occur and use that, and you know, housing there, all of that sort of adds up to make that an attractive ag lease parcel. So we may need to think that through a little bit more.
Well, we'll definitely have to look at that in communication with Open Space and Trails as we look at the conservation easement.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I was just going to say that type of language can be included in the conservation easement, just like we did with any of our conservation easements where we hone out specific uses, be it another building or a commercial use of X, Y, and Z type, not a party barn, but a commercial use for ag that was associated with an ag lease program or something like that. We can be very specific in the language in a conservation easement to make sure that we're not opening up to things we don't want to encourage.
Okay, on the Zoom, George or Greg, do you have any comments at this time? Let's see, I've got 2 points I want to bring up. The first one has to do with the irrigation. In the packet, it said that a neighbor is blocking the water from reaching the property, and that's one reason why the property has been largely unirrigated for at least when these photos were taken. Is that the Eli Cerise ditch that is blocked someplace, or what is happening there? Who is blocking the water, and have any steps been taken through a water attorney or anybody to make sure that that water flows to the property?
I haven't seen the water being, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear you, Bob.
Okay, I haven't seen blockage of the ditch. I know Marty's probably using more water than he has the right to, but other than that, you know, and then we're almost at the end of the ditch, so there's only one other person behind us, and we both have a half acre, and I've only had to close mine down 3 times in the last 5 years because Marty was taking so much. So it wasn't really blockage. It's really somebody's taking more water than they should.
Okay, well, that was what I was wondering. Marty's crop looked very healthy because he had plenty of too much water, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. You know what? I'm sorry, and I apologize. Yeah, at one point in time, water was being taken out for the ditch right in front, for the field right in front of Paul's house. and at some point in time, Marty has leveled that ditch so the water doesn't come there anymore. But that won't matter because I'm going to be irrigating that with the sprinkler system, so it won't matter. We've been taking our half acre. It just hasn't been too efficient. It'll be much more efficient when we go to sprinklers.
And actually, I wrote that language, and it was my understanding that there used to be a spur that came off the ditch that came onto that parcel where it says 2520 Lower River Road. And then that spur got blocked for whatever reason. And so it removed the ability to flood irrigate that part of the parcel. But it's all academic because when we go to sprinkler, we'll have we've got plenty of water, just where it is. And by the sprinkler irrigation, all of those questions just all go away. So it's not a big issue.
Okay. And looking at the drop in elevation between the Cerise ditch, you might be able to do a gravity feed thing and not even have to pump water for at least a portion of the sprinklers for that. At St. Benedict's Monastery, they irrigate over 300 acres with sprinklers without using a pump. It's all by gravity feed. So I'd encourage you to look into that possibility.
I'd love to. I'd love to do that.
So my second concern has to do with the Woody Creek Caucus made the recommendation that the house on parcel 3 not be approved and not be built there. They're perfectly okay with doing the two houses. I mean the one on parcel 2 and the barn and CDU. And I gather from Marty Schlumberger's letter that he also just thinks there should be 2 parcels and not 3 parcels. Could you address that question, Grafton, and maybe Leslie would weigh in on it too?
Well, if you don't mind, do you mind if I step in? This is Oxenberg.
Okay.
I just want to say something.
Go ahead.
On the Woody Creek Caucus, there's a review board, architectural review, when anything's submitted. And at the last election, I put myself up for it. But then when I got voted on it, that same day I took myself off because I knew I was going through this process, and I knew it wouldn't be correct for me to be on the review thing. Unfortunately, and I don't know if this is fair for me to say, but the person who didn't take herself off because there was a conflict and she lives next door is Linda. So she's on there. And there are a couple of things that, number one, it was suggested to the Woody Creek Caucus review that we were the only person in this area who was doing a PUD or a subdivision. So when they wrote you a letter 6 months ago, they were against it because we were the only people. Well, as Grafton showed you, every other parcel except for Paul's, because he only has 10 acres, every other parcel has been either subdivided or done as a PUD. So Linda's probably pushed this one through. The only person who can possibly be affected with that third house is Marty. If he looks up, because there's probably a 60-foot thing up onto that ridge, he'll be able to see part of my roof. So he's against it, and he's been against a lot of these things anyway. Nevertheless, I am going to say this. At the last P&Z meeting, I was pleasantly surprised when we were finished doing our presentation that Marty's lawyer came up, and Marty's lawyer said Marty was fine with what we had proposed, which is that house that you're talking about. So I think it may just be Linda, and it may just be Linda putting her input into the Woody Creek Caucus. But Marty's lawyer said he was okay with what we were doing.
Okay. And Leslie, Leslie or Grafton, do you want to add on?
Yeah, you just want to weigh in. Is that first of all, we're not asking for anything that's not allowed by the code. I mean, it's in fact, we're just a part of an acre shy from being able to subdivide this another way. So we've got a lot of ground here. And the reason that house is there is in order to preserve the open space uphill from the Lower River Road. And so we've taken a lot of input and we've chewed on this thing a lot, and this is the way it comes out. And,
okay, I can't, let me just say one more thing. If the BOCC would prefer me to put it 200 or 300 feet down from Paul's house, I would perfectly be happy to do that. Because, one of the people at Open Space, Paul at Open Space, thought that was a good idea. Gary would rather have the field, both fields open. But economically for us, it's worth much more money if we put it 300 feet down from Paul's house and about 300 feet west of where Marty's proposed a building envelope is. So if you don't like it where we have it, please put it back up where I'd love to have it. I was trying to be very nice to my neighbors.
No, I totally understand that. I think part of what I was thinking was we had looked at the marijuana greenhouse grow operation in the field there, that you would have actually been able to see that from Marty and Linda's house, and they were vehemently opposed to that. So this house is close to that location, and I guess partly I was wondering about what they thought about the house being there. I think given the two choices where you have put it preserves that open field up above the road and down below Paul's house. So I like the choice that you made for if a third house is going to be there, that would be a better place to put it.
Yeah, that's kind of, I was really trying to be nice. And it can't be seen very much from the Little River Road. I wasn't trying to be exceptional. And I believe it or not, I don't think Marty and Linda could have seen that marijuana grow house. They just didn't want it next to them, nor does anybody else at Woody Creek.
Can we stay on track here?
So,
is there public comment that we still need to hear?
Oh yeah, we need to do public comment.
I think we need to kind of move towards a decision, and I'd really like to hear public comment.
So right now, Grafton, we're going to close your part of it. We're going to do the public comment if there are any.
Can I just throw one 10-second piece in there?
Sure.
And Leslie and Paul Piafanis
we've
from Lower River Road finally got through.
Let's see, Grafton.
Well, I just wanted to say is that we've restricted the size of the house because it normally would be allowed to be. We've restricted the size of the house. We're pushing it down in the ground with below grade space, and we made a commitment to reduce its height by 15%. That's all I'm saying is it's smaller than it could.
Hey, Leslie, it's Paul Theophanis from 2489 Lower River Road, who's only able to finally get through.
Okay, Paul. Paul, we were just ready.
I apologize.
Paul, this is Steve Child, the chairman. I was just going to call for public comments, so since you're on the phone,
okay.
Let's get your comments. Try to limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I haven't had any real opportunity to review the project. I've spent the last about 55 days with my father, who got ill and has been in ICU back in the East Coast, and taking care of 2 kids. Unfortunately, I had a spouse that filed for divorce, so I've been dealing with child custody. The children weren't allowed to come back to Colorado. So I have asked multiple times to have an opportunity to further review this. I thought this was an inopportune time to do so. I don't know if the Schlumbergers are on, but
Paul, you still there?
they got my written. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Steve?
Yes, go ahead. You cut out there for a second.
I apologize. That's been the problem. The back up near Albany Gulch, there's not much of a cell phone signal for me, and I don't have a landline. So, and that's the reason why I've been delayed being able to even get on the phone. So I thought I'd already missed the meeting. Forgive me. So I believe I'd already sent some objections in writing and raised some issues in writing. I don't know if they've already been entered into the record.
Yes, they have.
Okay. I thought they kind of speak for themselves, but at least I wanted to find out if my neighbors and other residents are here. I know several have not been able to get back due to the pandemic, and me being one of them, taking care of a sole father with no one else to take care of him. So that's my story. I've asked for the opportunity to have this both postponed and deferred to allow us, the neighbors, the residents, to be able to clearly and adequately review and respond to all our concerns. I think that's about it. So I have not been given that opportunity, and I look forward to it from the board to be granted that, whether it's 60 days or I think it's a fair request based on what the governor has put down for state law. I would like to think that would be followed here, and we'd have a public hearing where we could actually have an opportunity to sit and review. I have not heard the intimate and I'm sure complex details for this project. I don't think it's urgent. I think it could have easily been deferred 60 days. I don't know why that would have made much of a difference, but hopefully you'll see to my concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Is Marty, can you tell if Marty's?
I don't see Marty on there.
Are on? I don't see any other phone numbers there. They are in Arizona. They did write a couple of letters, so I think we know their sentiments about it.
Yeah,
yes.
I just have a question as far as logistics on these meetings, and I'm going to look at Andrew here. In order to address Paul's issue about, he doesn't really can't watch grassroots from his home, is there any other way? He can pull up old meetings on the website, can't he? So Paul, you could go to the Pickens County website, I believe, and watch the previous meeting, so you could get that information. And you can see what presentations and discussion the board has had. That's how people are participating in our meetings these days. And we don't know if 60 days we're still going to be meeting this way. That's one of the unknowns. We do have another public hearing on this item if it moves forward today, scheduled for the 13th. And the 22nd, 27th. So it's out at the end of the month. So that's giving you some time, almost a month, to maybe garner and gather some more information and submit more comments.
Grafton, go ahead.
Yeah, in response to Paul, I would just like to say we have another public meeting in front of the PNC when we come back through for detail, and we'll be in front of the BOCC again, which is another public meeting. So I think there's still plenty of opportunity to weigh in on this.
Okay, George.
I'd like to make a motion to move this forward. First reading and second reading is what date is that again, Les?
The 27th.
So we actually have an ordinance and a resolution, and I think we have to deal with them separately. Are both of them first reading? This is only the first reading on both of them. And they both have the May 27th date?
Right.
So the first one, George, is the ordinance rezoning the property with a PUD overlay. And do we have to do that one first, or these?
Okay.
Doesn't matter?
I move that.
I'll second it.
So,
Kelly? You're muted. Kelly?
They're fighting.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat, is this the motion for the ordinance or the resolution?
Okay.
The ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is, first of all, I'm going to close the public hearing officially at this point. So, George made the motion, and who seconded? Did you?
I seconded it.
Patty
There will be a
seconded the motion.
second public hearing on the 27th.
The one reason I'm being specific about who moved and who seconded, because Jeanette can't always tell listening. So that's why I'm repeating it each time for Jeanette's benefit. Is there any further discussion on doing the PUD overlay, the ordinance for that? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. What was the second one, Steve? I don't have that.
The second one is a resolution approving the Oxenberg subdivision conceptual submission, planned unit development, activity envelope, and special review for caretaker dwelling unit. This is first reading, second reading on May 27th.
And I'll
So moved.
and I'll second with a comment, Steve, if that's okay. I want everybody to know that this will have another vetting and another complete discussion when we hear it again. So if any issues that kind of are not totally resolved now, we'll have a great opportunity to discuss further and in more depth.
Okay, Kelly?
I also continue to have concerns in the resolution language under, after now, therefore it be resolved. Number 2E2, with regards to non-commercial ag uses in the barn. So if you can clarify that before second reading, please.
Perfect. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, that's a good catch there. Okay, George moved and Patty seconded on this one. Any further comment? All in, Greg?
Just briefly, just for anybody listening in the public, if you're in an area where you can't, if you can't get online and you can't communicate with us, it's very frustrating, I know, for everyone, and I have to apologize, but also I want to encourage people, if this is an important meeting to you, get to a location where you can actually participate. We do have it seems like some communication issues. We're trying to resolve them, the technical ones, but I want to make sure that all the applicants and all the people who are speaking on this are heard. And there's some responsibility on the part of the public to get where you can be online and participate. So I did want to ask, is there an opportunity for someone who can't get from their home on to participate in the pyramid room or something next door to the commissioner meeting room? There ought to be a way that people can participate in a clean fashion, and we can really hear the conversations. Very important. Thanks.
George?
Yeah, just I'm not disagreeing with you, Greg, at all, but we also everyone has the opportunity to send us letters, send us emails, and we use those as well as listening to public comment, and they go into the public record as well.
Yeah, thanks, George. I appreciate that.
And Leslie, could you repeat the information about the P&Z meeting when this is going to be heard?
I don't think it's, for the conceptual, I don't think it's not set yet.
Is that, this is the first I've heard about that.
No, I think Grafton was speaking to the next step in the process once they're done with conceptual submission.
So if
they will come back with another application for detailed submission and final plat for the subdivision.
Okay.
But no, I think for now, the point is we're not there is no going back to the P&Z now.
Okay.
But the other thing I just wanted to note is that if you'll continue the public hearing as well to the 27th, we wanted to make sure that that's
both public hearings
on the
are
record as well.
The public hearing I will reopen the public hearing on the 27th. Anybody who didn't get a chance to speak, or neighbor Paul, you could speak again on the 27th. There's no problem with that. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Leslie. Good job.
Yep. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Grafton. Thank you, Bob
Thank you all.
Oxenberg.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe we have a significant amount of open discussion for the board.
Yeah, we do have quite a few items of open discussion. So
Why, thank you.
thank you, Suzanne. We will see you. Suzanne's been in the room with us here, and she's leaving.
Thanks, Suzanne.
So let's have Phyllis be the one. First of all, Phyllis, do you have any open discussion items that you're bringing up?
Oh, I'm looking for them. Agendas. So what shall I put into open discussion? Actually, there's only one. She commented that Patty and Kelly had items. So the only other one in there was the reappointment of Chelsea Clark to P&Z. I guess you didn't discuss it. And looking for a clarification on her stand on APCHA. You did approve Jeffrey Woodruff, and she'd like to do one resolution on 513, if you are approving both. And if you're not, then we'll work around that.
So who was it who had wanted more information about Chelsea?
It was me. Well, I brought up a comment that I'd heard about Chelsea's position on affordable housing, that she just wished the program would go away. I did call her. I spoke with her. She clarified her issue was more around the affordable housing impact fee, and she just was, this is a little confusing to me. She was concerned about the fact that the county, the Board of Commissioners had a first reading, then it went to P&Z, and she felt that they were, again, not really having much leeway into changing it or really discussing it. Same thing she said today about our decision on GMQS, but when she was here having her interview with us, she said she liked knowing the direction the board was going because it helped to focus them. So I don't know where the happy medium is there and what she's asking us to do. Does she want to? I don't know. I was confused. But her position on housing was she believes in the program. She thinks it does a good job. She just didn't know where we came with this 300% increase in fees. And that was of concern to her.
Okay.
So she felt her comment may have been taken out of context.
Okay. Anybody on the Zoom want to weigh in on George?
Well, I was a little concerned with not Chelsea's comments today, but who she thought she was representing, because she was making clearly comments from her point of view as a member of the P&Z, but then she also said these were my personal comments. So I don't know, John Ely, if you had any thoughts about that. I mean, just in terms of clarification, if nothing else. When one of our appointed board members is speaking, she's speaking as an individual, but she's also pointing out conversations that they had during the P&Z meeting. That was a little confusing for me.
Well, ideally, people would be clear as to who they're speaking for. If they're speaking for the body, then the body has authorized them to do so, and they're expressing a majority opinion at least. But depending on the person, there's a tendency to sometimes to go back and forth, and it's difficult to know sometimes.
Yeah, thanks. I was just sort of tagging on to Patty's kind of question in terms of a little confusion there.
Okay, and it might be worthwhile just, I could have a conversation with Chelsea and just say she needs to choose which role she is speaking. She's perfectly free to speak as a private individual at any time, but she needs to be clear on that, on playing the role.
Well, she started out her comments today being very clear that she was speaking as an individual, and then she spoke as a member of P&Z. But yeah. My concern was more my confusion as to when she interviewed with us, and I think we all appreciated her comments about P&Z wanting a little more direction from the board, but then the fact that we gave directions on the housing impact fee, but maybe it was too much direction, so she felt that P&Z didn't have any leeway. And the same thing that happened with GMQS, I thought we went to them to just, Greg and Kelly went and spoke to them. And then I kind of heard that from Chelsea today that we didn't give them any leeway. And we kind of said, this is the direction we're going. And she felt that that's the only direction P&Z could go. That's where I'm confused.
Okay.
So
I think we need maybe our whole communication system with the P&Z needs to be clear,
yeah.
Made more clear to us and vice versa.
But as to reappointing her, I don't know how the board feels.
Yeah, so I think the issue, the affordable housing issue, I think was a non-issue as it turns out. Kelly?
I'm fine to reappoint her, and I'm okay with, fumbling through sort of what the best way for P&Z and BOCC to communicate is. I think she was speaking as from her role on the P&Z, not from, a person sitting in her office at home or something. But, that's fine to say from my perspective on the P&Z, I would have liked more time to chew this over. That's an acceptable thing for one of our board members to tell us, I think. And, if we have a joint meeting with them next month, we can get more clarity on what the whole board's expectations on how we communicate and at what points of the decision-making process makes sense.
Okay, Greg?
I think I have to agree with Kelly on that. I found Chelsea to be bright, engaged, and pretty thorough in her comments. So I appreciate her having her there. I didn't see a big conflict that concerned me. So I would make a motion that we approve when the time comes.
It'll come back to us by reso on the 13th.
Yeah, it would come back to us, and I feel the same way. She's articulate. She knows the issues. She's not afraid to speak her mind on the issues, which I think is good on the P&Z. We don't want a shy person in there for sure. So I mean, I would favor reappointing her for sure.
I think you give direction to Charlotte to bring back both.
Yeah,
Jeff
so Phyllis, that would be direction to Charlotte to bring it back to us for the reappointment of Jeffrey and Chelsea.
We will prepare that. Perfect.
Okay.
And that was the only one that I had.
Okay, now let's go to.
Yeah, the question I didn't get to ask, well, we were talking about the public health mandate and reopening construction and landscaping, but I read in the paper today this big ad about the landfill being closed, and our discussion in Board of Health was we need to have the landfill open when construction reopens and landscaping reopens, because we need to have a place for people to take those construction waste and landscaping waste. So do we have any status on that?
Actually, the landfill opened today. There was an ad in the paper that said it closed, so that got pulled today.
Okay.
They are open with operations as normal as far as who's allowed to come in and when. They are taking safety measures at the gatehouse to the extent possible, some physical barriers, so that's moving along, and they didn't need to align with the public health order, so that it was actually easier for them than dealing with that 11 to 1 opening they had for people, so they just opened today.
Great, thank you very much, that's very helpful. The other one I have real quick, Kelly, what's the gentleman from CCI, John Swarth? Yeah, I sent him an email the other evening about childcare and reopening, and how, did he have any input as to the fact that we have some childcares that are going to be reducing their numbers, and we're going to have even less childcare spaces in the valley, which is only going to add to the deficit we currently have for childcare. And he said, just ironically, just the day before, they had brought it up with the JBC, and they're looking at that as part of the moving the budget forward. So I just wanted to give everybody heads up on that. And Kelly, did you hear more about that?
No, but I would say I think it would be worthwhile to hear from Shirley Ritter or Nan about like our local status. I talked to Shirley a few weeks ago, and you know, she actually gave some fairly comforting news about the ability of many of the providers to kind of weather this, and it'll get harder and harder, obviously, but I think it would be helpful to hear from her, because, you know, we will need to have that capacity in place when our economy fully reopens for people to be able to go back to work.
So maybe, Phyllis, we can ask Shirley for a quick update that we could have just in written form or something. Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I just have one quick one. I just got an email from, excuse me, from Lee Mulcahy wanting clarification on who hires Tom Smith. And I thought Tom Smith was hired by APCHA. Is that correct?
I believe well, let's put that to those on the app. I believe he's hired by APCHA. George or Kelly, do either of you know for sure on that?
This is Phyllis. I know he's hired by APCHA. I don't know the city's involvement.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Because I think I don't think Mike is hired by the city. I don't think APCHA staff is hired by the city, correct?
Well, any procured services will fall under the city's procurement. So it's just, I don't know what their involvement would be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Kelly, did you have another? I mean, you had 14, right? 14?
Yeah. I'll try to be quick. Some of the stuff maybe we could talk about a different day. But I did want to talk about my proposal this morning, hours ago now. Yeah, a real opportunity that's going to slip away from us to get very good baseline data in our community for air pollution, for greenhouse gas emissions, since everything has shut down related to COVID. And I think we should seize that opportunity to collect that data. And I think we can do that without having to like fully stand up a program. You know, staff will need to input that. Our environmental health team is obviously wrapped up in public health response right now. So if the board supports it, you know, some ideas I had would maybe be reaching out to Garfield County to see if they can help. They have an air quality monitoring program. Or Aspen Global Change Institute to sort of help put something together, or, you know, find out what a private contract might be to come in and do this, I think, very quickly. Because even as contractors, you know, construction starts back up, our real low is going to start to go away. So I'd ask for the board's thoughts and support on that.
I think George is waving his
George? Go ahead, George.
Sure. Can see me. So I support the concept, Kelly. I'm really concerned about resources available and what we're dealing with right now with COVID-19, and we're sort of shuffling staff from one position to another position, and we don't know where the future lies. You know, if there's an opportunity to have some other entities get involved with the resources, I'm all for it. But I think our staff is over the hill in terms of their time commitments and the resources we have as a county right now.
Do any of the partners that I mentioned seem like a good place to start?
Well, global would be good. I'd be surprised if Garfield County would, again, their resources are just as slim as ours. If they would, I mean, certainly reach out, but I'd be surprised if they have the resources available, given their crisis as well in Garfield County. Those are my comments.
Greg?
Steve, if you're there, Greg, I can add to this that we were approached. I think Ellen Anderson brought us a proposal for air quality testing, and she actually had a contractor who works already in some capacity and has air quality testing devices up last year. So there's a proposal with a basic budget for some basic testing out there that we could revisit. So I think if we wanted to bring a contractor in and set up some air quality testing in certain areas, of course, the protocol would have to be designed so it would make sense and be valid, useful information. But I would support it. I think we've had certainly public calls for it and a lot of concern from the public. And I take your point that this is an opportunity to get a baseline data when we have a slow time.
Patty?
I think this is.
I can find out some information and bring it forward for you.
That's what
See if we can't get some quick answers. I mean,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
I think, you know, a couple phone calls.
Well, yeah, and I think for me, the testing would have to be broad-based, not specific to just one issue somebody may have in the community. We need to find out what our valley-wide, or our county-wide, at least, you know, from as far as we can from Independence passed down to find out what air quality is, and especially, I think that's important. But you know, we were just learning that water quality across the country has improved because of the COVID, because people aren't out there, you know, doing things. Except now the golf courses have reopened, we're going to have golf course pollution back in our waterways. So, but anyway, I think it's something we should look into cautiously.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with trying to get baseline data. I'd also say that probably a lot of baseline data is being collected right now. We have traffic counts, we have airline arrival and departure counts. We probably have satellite telemetry kind of things that are being recorded that maybe some of them would show things like the absence of jet contrails in the air, or they might show level of air pollution. There is the air quality testing going on. I think that's still on the yellow brick building from the city of Aspen.
It's PM10.
That's for PM10. The noise things, I think we all know it's quieter. This is like the quiet years in Aspen. I don't know if anyone's actually measuring.
Well, she was
sound
talking
levels,
greenhouse
but-
gases and water and air quality. I
Yeah,
think.
so, but I think approaching the Global Change Institute, AGCI, maybe approaching ACES, just ask them to try to get some ideas. But AGCI is used to actually doing testing right now, and maybe they have some tests underway that we could utilize. So, Phyllis, that's probably more than enough for you to make a few phone calls and try to find out more.
Yeah. Steve, do you have a contact for AGCI?
I can get you one. John Katzenberger's the head of it, but they have, I think it's agci.org. I don't remember the specific person who would answer that.
Okay. I'll go look. I just thought I'd ask.
Kelly, did you have more now?
Yeah, I do. So I wanted to check in before our APSHA retreat on Friday. I teed up the conversation a little bit yesterday, but just want to, again, get kind of the parameters of what the board envisions the conversation looking like with regards to APSHA's mission and vision, because once the strategic plan is created by the APSHA board, it will come back to our board for ratification. And again, I think there are some members on the board that can look at vision very narrowly as the function of a housing authority and, very aligned with sort of the work of recent past. And I think there may be other board members that have a very broad notion of what APSHA's mission and vision is with regards to addressing and solving housing issues in the Valley. So I want to check in with this board to find out where, on a very general way, you might fall so that when we come back for ratification, George and I haven't missed the mark.
Oh, well, put my thinking cap on.
Yeah, end of the day.
So I don't have immediate thoughts.
Are you free to let George and I?
George.
Kelly, maybe I don't have it handy, but can you just read to the board the current mission statement? Do you have that at your fingertips?
Quickly, it will be. Hang on one sec.
Because that would make life a lot easier. We're not trying to draft a new mission statement here, obviously. But if Kelly can read the current one, if that seems to be in alignment with our thinking, that's probably what I think Kelly's asking for.
Okay. Well, there's missions that live in 3 different places. So I'll take at least Stephanie thought was the best of the 3, which says APSHA's mission is to advocate, promote, and provide for the long-term supply of desirable and affordable workforce housing for the community and local economies.
And so the key operative words are what, Kelly?
Desirable and affordable.
Yeah. Will do, according to the mission, is advocate, promote, and provide a long-term supply of housing for community, which is undefined, and local economy, which is also undefined.
Workforce housing.
Right.
Okay.
Well, affordable workforce, yeah.
Affordable workforce housing. Okay.
I would love it to have the word retirement for former workers who have retired. I think we don't want to forget them. It's their housing also. If they've spent their career working here, living in affordable housing, they need to be able to retire here.
That's part of the policy, but that's not Okay. We'll take those notes, but that's already there.
Okay. Are there any other of the other two statements, mission statements? Could you read one of them, the next one, quickly, and see if there's anything that we would want to pick from one and add it to the other?
Well, and I don't want to get too far into this again. I just sort of want a really, big, when you think about what APSHA is supposed to do, is it supposed to be solving the problems of housing for everyone in the valley? Or is it supposed to be managing the inventory of housing generated for those who qualify? I guess would.
Can I ask a question?
Patty.
Somewhere there.
Can I, maybe rather than at 5:45 after a long day, now you've given me something to think about. Phyllis, our agenda on Tuesday was kind of light. I think we should maybe schedule some time we can just talk about this specifically.
That would be lovely, except for our retreat is Friday.
Oh, God. Well, can we change that retreat date?
Sorry to pose.
Well, I can't think that fast.
Could George, go ahead, George.
Shoot.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to retreat date. We're not going to draft a new mission statement here. But to your point, Patty, I think we can allow some time on Tuesday for Kelly and I to report out and have some discussion.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I knew I could get Tuesday in there.
So, I mean, I think issues that you might talk about are the geographic distance that APSHA is operating in. Is it up to and including the Basalt side of the Pickens County side of Basalt? Things like the project at the Basalt High School. Another thing would be, does APSHA want to get into actually trying to procure land and participate in projects where they would get a developer to develop a project for APSHA? So that would be a question that APSHA needs to wrestle with.
George and I would say no, but maybe in the long horizon that would be out the vision for APSHA.
Okay, Greg.
The only, as Patty noted, I'm about going on 20% brain power here by the end of the day. But the thing that I'd love to see APSHA do is talk about outcomes. The mission statement defines affordable supply, a long-term supply of affordable workforce housing. Great. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for discussion just for the outcomes for the humans that are participating in this, for the workforce itself. What outcomes are going to be ideal for the entire community, not just the workforce, but for everyone else as well. There are issues that we might want to address just by expanding it a little bit. The outcomes regarding the ability to invest income elsewhere, or who knows? There's so many issues that come up. I'd love to see some sort of equity so that people living in workforce housing don't feel as if they're second-class citizens, for instance. Just a thought that maybe an outcomes discussion that doesn't just focus on the house itself. But that's all I've got for you right now. But that's a lot.
Okay. All right, well, I checked in. So we'll take that. I think that was all on Friday. Thank you. I have two other topics. We could probably table them, but I'll just raise them now unless John or Phyllis or Cindy, who's still on the line, see any urgency. We still have our outstanding requests with regards to evictions, and I know John has sent around some info, so perhaps, we can deliberate that in open discussion on Tuesday about if the board wants to express a policy position based on, evictions in the time of COVID. And then my last thing has to do with all the development proposed in the ABC in North 40. I know we've all received communications from people asking that all of those separate developments come together in a more comprehensive planning process. And, you know, I want to be responsive and have a conversation about, is there a role for the county, even though each of these jurisdictions have location and extent authority, to generate some collaboration or not?
Okay, George?
Yeah, Kelly, you know, Kelly, that would be a great conversation for a joint city meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a really good one. Yeah.
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I had on sort of my list to bring up this Mountain Voices letter that John Peacock sent out, and which was provided to me by almost all 5 of you guys. If you want to talk about that on Tuesday, that's fine. I don't think there's any pressing urgency. I can give you the background information, and then you guys can decide if you want to engage in some persuasive lobbying, I suppose, to the governor's office or other sources. And as in leading up to Tuesday's potential discussion of new growth development potential, remember, it's not just location and extent out at the environs of the ABC, but it's also our 1041 review as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, is there a timeliness around having that conversation today versus Tuesday?
For the development?
Yeah, for that last.
I don't think so. And we probably do it with a little bit more thought and consideration on Tuesday.
Okay.
Great.
Cindy's shaking her head, yes. I'm shaking my head,
And
yes.
I'm thanking John for that statement.
Another issue that I'd like to parking lot for Tuesday is the issue of the courthouse security system construction timeline, which all of us have had phone calls about that. So I would like to have further discussion about that, not right now, but.
So just to follow up, because I think John Peacock has been we handed that off to him. So I think he's been talking with Jody, so it'd be good to have an update as to where that stands.
Yeah, and if we could get an update on that on Tuesday, perhaps. George, did you have something else?
Oh, I'm just curious, John, do we have an exec on Tuesday schedule?
Let's see. No, it should be the following week on the 5th. There was a joint meeting scheduled with Open Space on the 5th that would have occupied time, but Open Space has asked to have that pushed back until the 12th to give them more time to discuss things internally. So I think your agenda is going to have a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails on the 5th and a regular exec on the 5th.
Okay, that'll be fine. And my concern is an exec for the conversation earlier today on the GMQS. But the 5th, I think, will still be plenty of time, since it's going back to the P&Z.
With this format, we can get together for a quick 30-minute conversation a lot easier than when people are driving up and down the valley or trying to get into the office building. We can schedule it with 24 hours notice if you want to do it next week.
I'd like to do it next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Get nods all around on that.
All right. I'll let Charlotte know.
Greg?
If I'm up next. Just getting back to my earlier comment regarding what we can do to support local ag economy. I know that support for ag, or trying to promote food assistance and food security in here, isn't part of our economic assistance plan with the county, and that was a decision that was made. I don't think it was made by this board. I think it was a call made by staff, and I'd just like to revisit it because I think there might be merit into helping with economic assistance at some point in the future, public and private funds going toward helping keep our local ag economy going. And I know we already support them with land leases, things like that, but there may be a need to actually step up. And there's several reasons why I think it's a good idea. So I would just like to have a conversation about it at a future meeting fairly soon, if possible.
Steve?
And also, just to drill down, because I don't think our board had a conversation about how that money for economic assistance would be, how it would be spent. And I know it's being spent well. I know there's not much of it. We don't have a lot to go around, and it's being used well. But I'd like to have that conversation with this board.
Well, Greg, just so you know, I was in contact with some of the local sustainable farmers, kind of in direct ways and roundabout ways, about USDA funds that are coming through, a big push. And in reading today's article in the Times about Casey Pasquier's comments about, well, they're seeing a boom. They're seeing more right now, more people looking at buying locally grown products, agriculture, be they seeds or tomatoes or whatever else is going to come along the way when the season gets up and running. So I'm hoping that can really be beneficial. The issue with, when I first talked with Eden, his was more about funding them, paying the farmers to farm, and I don't know if we have the funds for that at this point. And then we have to look at all the other businesses. So where's a fairness there? But there are some big opportunities at the state level with the USDA, and maybe I need to reach out again and I thought that the local farmers groups were following up with that. I mean, I saw a lot of activity and a lot of contacts, and I think we were all getting it on emails. I'm sure you were, Greg. I'm sure Steve was, and I was. So I think they're rolling on something there. But maybe it's just a matter of touching base and seeing if they've got any response back from USDA or other state and federal entities.
Okay, go ahead, Kelly.
Thanks. And I would just comment, I see the economic relief programs as really just an expanded capacity of our current economic assistance program that functions all the time to provide people with the support that we're currently providing. So I'm not sure staff would have needed to come with unless they were changing that program, because it looks to me like it's the same as what we've always had. There's just a lot more applicants and a lot more money. So I think that what you're proposing would be a different thing altogether, and I'd be happy to have that conversation, and maybe we roll that into the conversation I asked John to come back with about county authorities and opportunities for how we sort of deal with our recovery.
Right. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you. That does sound right. And we do know that if we have a farmer in the community who needs economic assistance and qualifies, they can get in line just like anyone else. But I think it's worth having a conversation only because I was shocked to find that many farmers are contemplating not planting this year because they've lost the restaurants. They were worried about losing the Saturday market or the scaled back Saturday market. So that there is really a crisis in the way with local ag that they're concerned about. And the sooner we talk about it, the better, because they'd be planting in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I'll look at USDA stuff a little more in depth too, Greg.
Great. Thanks, Patty.
Okay, I think we have enough for a full Tuesday meeting right there on all these open discussion items.
Hey, you show us an open agenda, and we're going to fill it up. My God, are you kidding?
John Getz for not coming.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have anything else you want to add? And if not, you know what I am looking for at this point.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second to adjourn?
I'll second, Steve.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to adjourn with Patty making the motion and Kelly making the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Hi, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, guys. Thanks,
Thank you, Andrew and Grassroots, for sticking with us, learning your
Say hi to Grand Canyon for
public servant.
Goodbye. Granny Patty, as she calls me. So what'd you learn today? Go lick him. The guy just sanitized him. It's going to taste like